Tradoon. 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 I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
When When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Perdue. Perdue.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Perdue.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Perdue.
Happy Wednesday to you, and happy Darwin Day. It is February 12th, 2025. This happens to be the birthday of old Chucky D, and we're going to be talking about scientific legacy, fossil discoveries, and kind of the life and times of Charles Darwin. Should be a fun one today. So I'm glad you're here. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist, as I hope you know already, is a scientist who studies fossils. That can be anything from fossil microorganisms like bacteria and plankton to fossil trees, fossil fungi, fossil amphibians or mammals or whatever else. It's not just dinosaurs, although dinosaurs are what I happen to specialize in. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. And for the past 2 or 3 years, I've been lucky enough to be able to broadcast a lot of that fieldwork live here on Twitch. Looking forward to doing even more of that this next year. But, yeah, believe it or not, this is how I make my living. This is how I pay the bills. This is how I fund my research and travels and field work by doing science outreach here full-time. So that's going over new scientific papers, doing a lot of Q&A, answering your questions about natural history, about this grand pageant of life on our remarkable planet Earth. Questions about dinosaurs, questions about extinction and evolution and natural selection and the origins of biodiversity and all that good stuff. I do interviews with other paleontologists, museum visits, sometimes art, the occasional video game. We got to get back into Saurian at some point, now that they've had a new update, and yeah. Anywho, this is how I make my living, believe it or not, and I'm incredibly fortunate to be able to do that. It's because of the generosity of this incredible community that's possible. So thank you, everybody, and happy Darwin Day. By the end of this broadcast, if you stick around, you will have a newfound appreciation for this guy right here. Hopefully we'll dispel a lot of myths about Darwin and evolution, and not only will we have a better appreciation for this guy and his legacy and his ideas, but you'll have a better understanding of the history of life on Earth and how we discover these things in the first place. That process of science is incredibly exciting, and I'm excited to share it with you today. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. Let's go through chat real quick, and we'll say hello to everybody. I saw Matt M33 at the very beginning. Salamander was here early today. Hello, Salamander. Taddy Waddy, hello to you. Lenina. How are you doing, Lenina? What's shaking? Good to see you here, as always. boys. I hope you're having a good day so far. We've got Go for Fluffernut, Let's Go Fountain, Dino Dax, Neil, Germs Germ, Harry Vetch, Danish Viking, Kawaisapod, Fluffy Deinonychus, Arid Ecan Wife, Jazzy Cat, Incinifan, and Loonisaurus. How are you doing, Loonisaurus? I feel like it's been a minute. How are things? Danish Viking and Johnny Kilo. Jazzy Cat says, would like a Moon Pie update, please. Moon Pie is doing fine. Yeah. She is now free to move about the house. She's no longer holed up in just one room, so that's good. We're keeping an eye on her. She's still got the cone on. She'll have her stitches taken out in, I think, about a week and a half. That'll be nice, because after that, hopefully, she won't have to wear the cone anymore. Ms. Art Rules, good to see you. Hope you're having a good day so far. Jody Fish and Eddie Scarin, RTFM, Major Tom Tom, Crimson Carnotaurus, Saya Sank, Scorch Hellfire, Fawn Prophet, Chaotic Time Traveler, Cyant Streams, Belent, I hope you're having a good day too. It's good to see you. Yeah. And I'm sorry about that, Chaotic Time Traveler. Yeah, snowstorms are... I'm not a fan of them, honestly. And if they're causing joint pain, that's even worse. So, hang in there. Jedi Mega Man, hello to you. And Lilith Hobo, hope you're having a good day. Happy Darwin Day, everybody. Let me do something I've not been able to do for several weeks now. I keep forgetting. I keep telling myself I'm going to do this. Let's open this up. We've got a couple of parcels that showed up weeks ago, actually. One of these was off of the wish list, and I appreciate it tremendously. The other one is a mystery package. International shipping. We'll see that in a minute. But first off, we've got this. This is on the wish list. It is some printer paper that's kind of like antique, distressed looking. For the background that I try and change out every day, sometimes it's nice to have paper that's got some real character to it. For when I'm printing things out to go in our frames, we change every day. And this is really lovely. It doesn't look like a whole lot on camera, but looks really nice when things are printed on it. And yeah. So someone purchased this off the wish list. He said, my daughter Morgan and I love watching you on Twitch. We both want to be paleontologists someday. We hope you enjoy your gift. From Lady Wildtree. Lady Wildtree, thank you so much for your generosity. This is going to go a long way. And helping keep things interesting here in the office. Things, you know, kind of visually interesting. Again, I spend about an hour every day before stream getting things together for the background, and I've done so today in honor of old Chucky D. So you'll see we've got a portrait, we've got a drawing of the HMS Beagle, we've got Darwin's famous I think diagram right there from his notes. We've got various other stuff too, including from Salamander, this lovely Voyage of the Beagle, Darwin's Voyage poster there. Thank you again, Salamander, for sending that. I was excited to put that up today, so yeah, pride of place in our background today. Yeah, some people use coffee staining for that effect. Says Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, I've done that before too, but that's time consuming. It already takes me an hour to do this every day, so I try and find little ways to streamline the process however I can. So thank you, Lady Wildtree, again for your generosity. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Dino Dax, thank you for...
Dino Dax gifted a tier 1 sub to Dex Phantom Hawk.
Thank you for gifting Dex Phantom Hawk. I appreciate it, Dino Dax. I appreciate your having subscribed for over a year. Thank you, Dex Phantom Hawk, for your previous support, and I'm glad you're still watching and telling people about the stream. recognize that finances are tough right now for a lot of people, and it's probably going to get worse, frankly, for a lot of folks. Given the way things are going, at least in the U.S., and in a lot of other countries, too. Thank you for your ongoing support and your enthusiasm, and I appreciate you. I hope things turn around a little bit. But yeah. Let's open this up next. This is from France. Sent to the P.O. Box. Let's see what it is. I love the, What critter is this right here? Is that an Archaeopteryx on that sticker? Sealing the envelope up? Is that a postal Archaeopteryx? That's super cool. There. Let's see what's lurking inside. A gift for you. Merry Fishmas from Salamander. I didn't know you were in France, Salamander. Oh, wrong button. There we go. So this is from a while ago. I guess it took a while to get here, and then it took me a while to remember to open it on stream. So, forgot about these. Salamander, I'm so glad you're here while I'm opening them. I'm glad that worked out. Are these stickers? Oh, very cool. Oh, lovely. We've got a Spinosaurus. We've got some kind of Maniraptoran theropod, and oh, is that Kaihong maybe? With the iridescent feathers? This is so cool. Oh, nice. Very, very cool. We've got, ooh, a shoebill looking very fearsome there. Gotta love it. A Balaniceps rex. And we've got what appears to be some sort of Deinonychosaur, either a Dromaeosaur or a Troodontid. Very, very cool. These are awesome. Thank you so much, Salamander. Here is card there. Art and Critters. Microgui.etsy.com. So that's, yeah. It's a reference to Microraptor. Microraptor gui is, I think, one of the named species of Microraptor. I think there's multiple nowadays. Is it like Microraptor zauensis and Microraptor gui? Here's that shop page here. Very nice. Art and Critters. Oh man, they do some cool stuff. Let's put a link in the chat. But this is lovely. Thank you so much, Salamander. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and your generosity there. Was not expecting anything like this, so thank you very, very much. Holy cow. Good stuff. If you want to get yourself any stickers like this, look at all the dinosaurs that they've got. Nice. Dinosaurs and friends. There's a pterosaur and a mosasaur there. Two non-dinosaurs. Oh, and a synapsid, Dimetrodon. I love the style here. This is really cool. This is really cool. I particularly like the stegosaur right there. That's nice. Yeah. Very neat. Well, again, if you want to get yourself some of these or get them as a gift for a friend or a loved one, the link is in the chat there. Yeah. Awesome. Oh, and they've got this is cool, a little ID guide for them. Yeah. Oh, so this is Velociraptor here. Okay, nice. Struthiomimus. Very cool. Excellent. I like how they've got the tail fluke on the Mosasaurus as well. I mean, I don't think those guys probably had that. So, neat stuff. Not only are these artistically really well done, super cute, they're also scientifically authentic. It's a difficult thing to, like, to have a distinctive, attractive, almost kind of cutesy style, but also make them accurate in a scientific way. It's a tough line to walk sometimes, and this artist really pulled it off, so kudos to them. Good stuff. Excellent. So thank you so much, Salamander. That's very, very thoughtful, very generous of you. I appreciate it. Holy cow. If anybody else wants to send anything to the P.O. Box for whatever reason, there we go. There's a link in the chat. Or the address in the chat, rather. I share a P.O. Box with Ios and Lordy to save us some money, so if you want to send anything to any of us, there you go. Glad people are enjoying the song. Yeah. Speaking of art that captures the kind of the wonder and whimsy of fossil critters, I want to show you something else too that I got yesterday. Not a purchase, but a prize that I won, or rather, I guess you could say that mostly Lordy won it. But, yeah, at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. Here in Berkeley, California, just down the road from me. Kind of where I got my start as a paleontologist when I was in high school. We've got a holiday party that we've got every December. It's an annual tradition. And for the past few years, there's been a baking contest. And this year, in honor of Fishmas, I decided to make some Fishmas cookies. So I designed and 3D printed a coelacanth cookie cutter. Let me find that file to show you real quick. I should open up like a Thingiverse account and just start throwing some of these things on there so that everybody can enjoy them. Where did I put that? Let's just search cookie, coelacanth cookie cutter 2. There we go. That should do it. Yeah, this is a coelacanth cookie cutter that I designed and then 3D printed. It's our favorite non-tetrapod lobefin fish, or one of them anyway, you know? And yeah, this is how they came out in the raw dough. Lordy actually made the dough and put together all the ingredients and everything, and then I rolled them out and cut them and then decorated them. And I had to do it really quickly because I was really running out of time, but this is how they turned out. For the baking contest, there were a bunch of different fossil-themed baked goods that people made. There were trilobite cookies, and there was like a stratigraphic cake with different stratigraphic layers and everything. It was cool. It's always a good time. The contest was, there's me in my coelacanth shirt. I had printed it specifically for that occasion. This is around like December 6th, something like that. This past December. As a prize... Oh, wait, yeah. There's me and the Wonkel Rex. There's the Santa hat that gets put on the T-Rex skeleton. T-Rex skull, every year around the holidays. So well, Lordy and I won, I think it was, what was it, second or third prize for the cookies? Really happy about that. And Helena, who is the like in-house artist at UCMP, she does all of the art and graphic design for the website and for the museum. She does a bunch of other behind-the-scenes stuff too. She was getting into ceramics recently, and so she didn't have the completed mugs yet, but there were 3 different mugs, each with fossil organisms on them. Yeah, and I think I got third choice. Got a saber-toothed cat. This is just a mock-up, so here's like a piece of paper with the design that she put on it there. Yeah. Yesterday, I saw her at seminar at Berkeley. Fossil Coffee is what we call it. The weekly thing, and she had the finished mug, which I've got right here. Take a look at that. Oh man, Eocene Excellence 2024. And there is not a cat, presumably, because there were no cats in the Eocene. So presumably this is like an early Nimravid. But isn't that wonderful? So very, very proud of this. This is one of a kind. There's only one of these in existence. And I'm holding it right here. So, yeah, it's not a large mug, but it seems solidly constructed, and the art on it is just beautiful. I'm not sure exactly how this was done, but it's, is it like a stain or a lacquer or what? But it's lovely. Really nice. So, thank you, Helena, and thank you, Lordy, for helping us win this. Pretty awesome. New prized possession here. By the way, the reason I say it's not a cat is because cats hadn't evolved by the Eocene period. Here. Here, geological time chart. I show this all the time. The end of the age of dinosaurs is right here at the end of the Cretaceous. That's where the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. Pretty much 66 million exactly, like... Yeah. And then the age of mammals starts, the Cenozoic. So mammals go from snivelly little, sniffly, shrew-like critters for the most part to... Well, they start to diversify into lions and tigers and bears, whales and camels and platypus and everything else. Well, they're probably platypus prior to the KPG, I think, but anyway. Yeah, first you've got the Paleocene stage, and then the Eocene. The Eocene's actually really long. The first true cats hadn't evolved during the Eocene, but you did have cat-like animals, things that we call Nimravids. There's Hoplophonius there. Hoplophonius is actually one of the critters that we saw at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum when we were using that UV flashlight. It's the one with the fangs. In fact, let's pull up that clip real quick. It's almost like a mini saber-toothed cat, but it's not a true cat. It's from just outside that group. Here we go.
Let's go look at those birds that are pathological.
So I thought we would do this while Steve is working. Should we go fluorescent dinosaurs out there in the hole?
Fluorescent dinosaurs in the hole?
Yeah. This is something that is new to me. I did not know about this until Denver told me about it. So it's kind of cool that it's after hours now and all the lights are off.
And this all comes into play with preparing the lambeosaur skin as well.
Yeah.
Lining.
So let's cross your fingers that the signal holds.
Live on
Running into anything.
I
forgot. I think Denver walked right into the...
Let's cross your fingers that the signal holds.
Live on
Running into anything.
So one of the things, I'm going to use my flashlight. Hopefully you'll be able to see. Ooh. So here is Bill the Triceratops. You saw him yesterday. So let's imagine you're a millionaire at an auction, you've got tons and tons of money, and you want to know if one of these things is real or not. We were going to do a video like this. Well, I have with me here right now, this is the Convoy C8 UV flashlight. This is a special kind of UV flashlight.
You can get this for like $90 on
It's got
Amazon.
a filter on the end, really, really good for bringing out the differences in the different structures. So bone will look different from fill. So if I remove the light,
He does love that flashlight, Lydia. Denver loves stuff like
you
this.
can see little bits of glue and putty that are filled in cracks.
Fluoresce is kind of a white color.
Can you see those?
Yeah.
These have been used to fill in the cracks or just bits of paint. So you can see the paints.
So you can tell what's real bone and what's not.
Now Bill is real, but you can obviously see there's little cracks and things that have been filled in, so the fluoresce a different color.
Yeah, so let's go over to the Nimravid over here. Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope the signal holds. We're walking away from the router, but
Is it working still?
I think it is. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
So here we have some little saber tooths. These were probably purchased commercially many years ago for display in the museum. If we fire our UV light on them, you can see what's real and what isn't. So the teeth fluoresce yellow,
They're real.
but you can see the whole back of that lower jaw is reconstructed.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
putty. The jugal arch, the brain case, all putty, just goes black. If we look at this one over here, you can see the back teeth. Those ones are real, but all
So
the
these
front teeth are
saber
fake.
teeth animals are not cats, they're Nimravids.
The canines are
Canines.
fake. All the area of the nose is modeled in clay. The back of the skull, the brain case.
So dramatic.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it's total contrast.
Yeah.
So you can, if you're buying this, if you're in the business of buying any kinds of fossils at all, get yourself a Convoy C8 UV flashlight.
Yeah.
I was recommended this by a group of paleontologists working in Hong Kong.
Yeah, anywho, that critter's a Nimravid. So they looked like cats, but they're not actually true cats. They lived before the first cats did. So they're a very cat-like animal. They're related to cats, but they're not true cats. So they'd be just outside the ancestry of the cats. Sometimes they get called pseudo-cats, or false saber-toothed cats. Yeah, and that's one of the replicas that you can get from bone clones. It's one of these little guys. So that's what this critter is here. Is a Nimravid. Presumably, given that it's from the Eocene, it would be a Nimravid. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. And Werewolfcast says, didn't you say in an earlier stream that there are no saber-toothed tigers? Yeah, the true saber-toothed cats, like Smilodon, are not tigers. I know that's a common name for them. People like to call them saber-toothed tigers. But a tiger is Panthera tigris. Like, it's a particular genus and species of cat. These guys are different. They're not the same genus. They're part of Machairodontidae, so they're part of another family of cats, I guess. Yeah, here. I'll show you. Let's go to our Tree of Life, and let's go to Felidae. Los gatos. There we go. Of the cats. Felidae. There's 40 living species of these guys. And so, again, for anybody who's kind of unfamiliar with this concept, it's something we'll be talking about today on Darwin Day. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry. It's based on what they evolved from. When a scientist says, when she says, hey, these two critters are related to each other, she literally means they are related to each other. Like on the family tree, they share a common ancestor. So not too long ago, they both evolved from an ancestor that was, the same. They come from the same ancestor. That's why they're related. That's why you can zoom out on this tree of life, and then you've got all these branches springing forth like this. This was that discovery that Darwin made that was so revolutionary, is that living things don't just look similar, they don't just have similar vibes, they actually are related to each other. They come from common ancestors. And how close you are, like how closely related you are, that means that you shared a more recent common ancestor. So about 14 million years ago, all of these cats came from the same species. And you had splitting events again and again, more and more species splitting off, until you get the diversity of cats that we have today, around 40 species. So tigers here are part of genus Panthera, the roaring cats. So called because they roar. So tigers are most closely related to jaguars and leopards and lions. Tigers were the earliest diverging. In order to get to Smilodon, the saber-toothed cats, you've got to go back, I think back to about here, like 8 million years ago, something like that. I'm not sure we're 100% certain what the topology of the cat family tree looks like. Yeah. Excuse me. Goodness. Taxonomy. Gonna grab a cough drop here in a minute. Here we go. Here's a family tree. So, yeah, Smilodon would be part of Machairodontidae. Machairodontinae, rather. So it's kind of outside of this. Like, the major living groups of cats, I think. So, caracals, pumas. Let's see. Where's the caracal? I'm trying to get my bearings here. Right there, okay. So, Smilodon would be maybe even basal to, like, fishing cats, right? Proilurus, Pseudilurus, Melinae. Actually, no, they're probably, yeah, so they probably, Smilodon would be about here. So more closely related to house cats and tigers than, like, the flat-headed cat is. But still not super close to today's big cats. So the point is, they're not a tiger. Tigers are a particular species. Right over here. Saber-toothed tigers are not tigers. They're not a member of this species. They're not even close to tigers or jaguars or leopards or lions. They're an earlier branching group of cats, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. It's technically inaccurate, but everyone will know what you mean, just like when you call bison buffalo. Well, yeah, I guess. I don't think buffalo is quite as egregious, but... yeah, fair. Yeah. Closely related Frownlodon, very funny as you're fire. Yeah, marsupial lions aren't lions at all. It's true. And did you know, chat, that the ladybug is neither a lady nor is it a bug? Shoot, I don't know, maybe it is a bug. But, yeah. Anyhow. It's not a true bug, I don't think. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's got those sucking mouth parts like true bugs do scorch hellfire. Let's actually look at that. True bugs are like assassin bugs, right? Heteroptera? Yeah. Here we go. Oh, there's a ladybug there. So true bugs are here. And yeah, there's only about 38,000 species of them. At least on this tree. There's surely even more than this. I'm sure they didn't log every single one. But, yeah, to get to the spotted ladybug, they are not part of the true bugs clade. They are over here, so, yeah. Anyway, I don't know enough about entomology, science of insects, to be able to say much of anything interesting about what true bugs are and why they're special and why we call them true, all this other stuff. But yeah, in fact, I'm sure there are people watching in the chat right now who know much more about this than I do. But the information is out there, and you know, there are people who study this stuff much more about it than do I. Insects are super diverse. Scorch Hellfire, yeah, it's nuts. Yeah. And Tabatarot says, so it isn't a lady and not a bug, except it is a bug and there are ladies. Well, it's not a true bug. And far be it for me to gatekeep who is and is not a true lady. That's not up to me. But I think you could argue about whether or not, yeah, they should really be called ladybugs. Anyhow, bugs are cool. Ms. Art Rules. Bugs are cool. Before I forget, let's do a quick screenshot for Blue Sky, so I can post that up, and then we'll get into our Darwin Day festivities, shall we? Here we go. Control print screen. Yeah. See if that looks any good. All right. There we are. Come on, Photoshop. Don't take so long. There we go. We can do better than that. I can do a better screenshot than that. There. Yeah. All right, let's see how this looks. A little bit better. We can do even better than that, though. Why settle for okay? When we can have better than okay. But that's a little bit better. Okay. No. One more time. Fourth try is a charm. Here's all Chueco over here. That'll work. Let's do it. Yeah. Drop that. Control save. PNG. There we go. Post. There's the image. Happy Darwin Day. Celebrating the scientific legacy and fossil discoveries. Old Chucky D today. Is Chucky with a Y or with an IE at the end? I want to do a Y. But, it's not Chuck E like Charles Entertainment Cheese, like Chuck E. Cheese. It's both, either one, says Scorch Hellfire. Golganek says IE. Dr. Irrefutable says Y. Chuck E. This is Mayor Space, yeah. Alright, we're gonna do with a Y. If you'd like to hang out and chat, twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. On his 216th birthday, there we go. All right, alt text. Screenshot of me in my office with Charles Darwin, Écoute-la-mole behind me. Portrait of Chucky D. Illustration of the HMS Beagle, Darwin's famous, I think, note, etc. Save. And
hold on to your butts.
Let's post it up. Yeah. There we go. There's that if you'd like to engage with it. Excellent. Let's see what other people are posting for Darwin Day, by the way. That's really nice. The Galapagos tortoise. Darwin was actually a young man when he, well, the only time he ever left the UK was when he was a young man, and the voyage of the Beagle happened when he was in his 20s. I think it ended when he was like 27. So it was long before he was a bald, bearded old guy. Let's celebrate Darwin Day by reminding ourselves that everyone has moments when they feel worse for wear. Darwin wrote to Charles Lyell in 1861, "But I am very poorly today and very stupid and hate everybody and everything." It is one of those quotes that's kind of celebrated from it because it's very humanizing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Lovely drawing of a chimp by Dragons of Wales. It looks like a nudibranch right there. Yeah. I love when marine biologists post nudes. You know, nudibranchs. That's a lovely quote there, too. Ignorance more frequently begets confidence than does knowledge. It is those who know little, not those who know much, who so positively assert that this or that problem will never be solved by science. It's a good one to remember. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, yeah. A link to a free PDF of Voyage of the Beagle. That's awesome, Charlie's Dragon. I have that book right here. I always recommend if anybody's going to start reading anything by old Chucky D, start with Voyage of the Beagle. This is a book that kind of made him famous in the first place, and it reads like an adventure novel. It really does. It's a lot less dense than books like Origin. Voyage of the Beagle by Charles Darwin. Very cool stuff. Thanks, Charlie's Dragon. That's excellent. But yeah. Very funny, Crimson Carnosaurus. And Scorch Hellfire says, are there any portraits of him as a younger man? Seems like everything is of him old and grizzled with a wizard-like beard. That's exactly why I didn't do that in today's background. You always see pictures of Charles Darwin, you know, in his 60s or 70s. When he's elderly, he's got this big bushy beard and everything. But that's not actually when he had his best ideas. His most important work was done when he was a young man. This is the best, like, high-res image I could get from him. I think this is when he's in his, like, mid-30s. Let's see. Young Charles Darwin. There he is. Dressed as a girl. Just kidding. Yeah, he was, you know, he was a minor member of the aristocracy. He was kind of a fancy lad. He came from a family of landed gentry. But, yeah, here we go. Here's Darwin, like, in his 30s. Or maybe 20s, actually. This might be around the time that he left on the Voyage of the Beagle. But, yeah, again, this is the Darwin that you usually see in pop culture. Like, and this is kind of frustrating, too. It's like, here's him on the Galapagos as an old man with a head that's far too large for his body. Darwin was a young man when he went on that global voyage. It's important to remember that. And 7-year-old Charles Darwin. There you go. Yeah, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Chucky got balding way too early in his life. I mean, a lot of people do. And there's no shame in that. Shouldn't be anyway, you know? So yeah, as a kind of a framework to hang today's stream on, I'm going to share with you this really cool video. I know we looked at this last year. I love how this kind of synthesizes not just Darwin's work during his lifetime, but how that impacts science to this day. How the foundation for multiple scientific fields, basically most of modern biology, those foundations were laid by Chucky D and the people that worked with him at the time. this does a wonderful job of kind of illustrating that, and it's entertaining and well produced, and I think you'll like it. It's called Darwin's Dangerous Idea. This is a PBS documentary from, I think, around 2009, around the 100th anniversary of Darwin's birth. Hey, freelancer, howdy, howdy. Really like the actor they got to play Darwin in this. It's a good portrayal.
No, thank you. No. No, no. No.
Esto aquí, venga, quiere un poquito. ¿Qué quiere? ¿Quiere un poquito de agua?
Me, il nome Charles Darwin.
Sí,
Yeah?
sí, sí.
Captain Fitzroy.
Sí, sí,
Me
sí.
soy naturalista. Hueso.
Hueso,
Bones.
hueso.
Bones.
Sí, hueso, hueso.
Sí, sí, hueso gigante. Gigante.
Hueso gigante.
Señor, pasa aquí, aquí están los huesos. Aquí están.
Fitzroy.
A flood washed down part of a bank of earth.
Mi hijo le pegó con una piedra y le sacó los dientes. Por eso que se caí tan afuera.
It was perfect, but the boys knocked out some of the teeth throwing stones at it.
How much? Quanto costa?
Un rifle, señor, un rifle.
I wonder why these creatures no longer exist.
Perhaps the ark was too small to allow them entry and they perished in the flood. What is there to laugh at?
I think it is Toxodon, Carnosaurus, yeah.
Do you mock me or the Bible?
Oh, neither.
What sort of clergyman will you be, Mr. Darwin?
Dreadful. Dreadful.
So I think that was the skull of Toxodon here, which is a big weird. It's a member of a group of mammals that's no longer around. They're kind of related to horses, sort of. I think if they're close to anybody, it might be perissodactyls. But they were these big old mammals that lived in South America during the Cenozoic, during the Age of Mammals, obviously. And Darwin was the first to bring some of their fossils back to the UK. And that actually helped establish the career of Richard Owen, who would go on to coin the name dinosaur in 1842. That helped start his career in the first place, that helped make him famous. The interplay between Darwin and Owen is interesting and complicated and kind of confusing at times, because they helped each other out a lot, but Owen kind of hated Darwin too. He hated a lot of people. Owen was a difficult person. But anyway, it's interesting stuff.
What sort of clergyman will you be, Mr. Darwin?
Dreadful. Dreadful.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, that makes sense.
God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales, and every living creature that moveth.
Hello.
Which the waters brought forth.
What are you doing here?
After their kind.
Why such beauty when no one can see?
And every winged fowl after his kind.
You can't have been blown here.
And God saw that it was good.
Did anyone feel seasick or die? I'm not sure if anybody died on the voyage of the Beagle, but Darwin himself was sick to his stomach for nearly the whole trip. He was. This is the only time he ever left the UK, and it was on a voyage around the world. 5-year voyage on a small ship. The Beagle was not a large vessel. We were talking about this recently. I forget exactly what the classification was. It was like a brig sloop or something like that, but this boat was like less than 100 feet long. At least, like from bow to stern, I think. And it was like, I think it was less than 30 feet at the beam. So 30 feet wide. And, yeah, it was the sort of ship that, you know, going through a storm, you would have gotten really sick on this thing. A 10-gun brig sloop, there we go, of the Royal Navy. Beagle right there. Maybe next year I'll have a model of the Beagle. On the back wall, we'll see. Yeah. Drawing of that piece. Oh, very cool, Ms. Everill's. Very cool. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus. I'm not an expert on Owen, so I don't want to savage anybody too badly. Yeah. Equivalent to an offshore patrol vessel or a Coast Guard cutter today. I don't know. Coast Guard cutters are pretty big, Crimson Carnotaurus. We've got some not too far from where I live. And they've got, like, helipads and all kinds of stuff. Coast Guard cutters are big. It's like, this would be bigger than, like, a World War II destroyer, I think. Yeah. So I think they're... What are they, like these ones? Legend class cutter. Largest active patrol class cutter. Anyway, I'm not an expert on ship classes. Yeah, 418 feet long. Some Coast Guard cutters are real big. Real big. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway.
And God saw that it was good.
I think this is
for the single best idea anybody ever had. I'd give it to Darwin for the idea of natural selection. Ahead of Newton, ahead of Einstein, because his idea unites the two most disparate features of our universe. The world of purposeless, meaningless matter and motion on the one side, and the world of meaning and purpose and design on the other. He understood that what he was proposing was a truly revolutionary idea.
That's why he was so scared to present it. Why it took him decades to get up the courage to do it.
The Darwinian Revolution is about who we are. It's what we're made of. It's what our life means insofar as science can answer that question. So it, in many ways, was the singularly deepest and most discombobulating of all discoveries that science has ever made.
And a lot of people still have problems with it to this day.
In Darwin's day, the idea of evolution was regarded as highly unorthodox because it went against all of natural history in Great Britain. It jeopardized the standing of science. It did jeopardize the standing of a stable society, the Bible, and the church as well. Darwin
really upset by that,
kept his thoughts to himself for many years and agonized over the problem. If it ever got out that he was doing something that ran slap counter to established science, would ruin his career, ruin his reputation. He was a respectable man with a dangerous theory.
I love this little intro. Twitcher 2012, welcome back. Good to see you. So I think this is actually like a life-size reproduction of the Beagle. Yeah, one of these. This is one of the, I don't know, when we talk about famous ships, especially famous sailing ships, this is one of the most of them. Here, take this globe for instance. Io's got this for me for Christmas, which I'm really grateful for. One of these lovely Replogal globes. Here. I guess I can go like this? Yeah. So it's got these, there's like a little accoutrement here. It's got these famous ships from history on it. Sao Gabriel, Vasco da Gama. Presumably that's one of his chief vessels. There's a Chinese junk right there. Polynesian canoe. We've got the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria. Columbus's trio of ships. And there's got to be more around here too. A Viking longship up here. And then what's this? Off the coast of Ecuador here. The Galapagos Islands. It's none other than the HMS Beagle right there. Again, one of the most famous sailing ships of all time, because this is the one that little Chucky D took on his voyage of discovery. He was brought on as a, not as the ship's naturalist, as people commonly say. That's inaccurate. That's not true. He wasn't the official ship's naturalist on the Beagle. His official capacity on the HMS Beagle was that of the captain's gentleman companion, which sounds like it should be a euphemism for something romantic. It's not, as far as we know. It's literally like he's a gentleman, a member of the landed gentry, you know, someone who's educated and, you know, speaks proper English and could be, could have conversations with the captain and keep him company, because Captain Fitzroy had kind of a history of, I think, depression and, just kind of mental illness, I guess we could say. And I think the previous captain of the Beagle had actually shot himself in a fit of depression during a previous voyage. So they're like, oh shoot, we want to avoid that. And Fitzroy, like, he gets the gloomy sometimes. Let's make sure he's got a buddy on this trip. And that's what Darwin was there for. Happy Darwin Day to you too, Caravan.
Did you never get your sea legs?
Not once in 5 years. Whenever the sea was up, so was the contents of my stomach.
What a delightful thought. We should be able to squeeze 400 a year out of the governor.
Why? What's he said?
He hasn't said anything, but I've seen it in his eyes. The way he pored over your letters. A very proud father. I told him you were going to publish a journal of your travels. There was a definite flicker of interest.
Publish?
Yes, of course. No country parsonage for you, my boy. You're under my wing now. I'll take charge of your affairs, introduce you to all my clever, witty friends, trade on your celebrity.
Celebrity?
Certainly, everyone wants to meet you.
And Freelancer, how can you correlate bacteria evolution to larger life forms and reproduce the theory? Well, I mean, it's the same processes in bacteria as in larger creatures, Freelancer. And we can watch larger creatures evolve over time too. It's just, it's easier with bacteria because they've got such short generational times. Like, in a matter of hours, you can have multiple generations of bacteria. You might have to wait longer for, other kinds of organism who are larger and more complex. They've got more cells. But the underlying principles, like natural selection, they work in bacteria and they work in giraffes. This is something that's been seen in the laboratory and in the field again and again and again. We even see it in the fossil record over tens or hundreds of millions of years. It's this idea of natural selection as the like primary driving force behind evolution. It's one of the most important foundational ideas in the biological sciences. And it's been confirmed countless times through countless different experiments and observations.
Did you ever, though,
everything
have a
else. It's kind of what today is about.
where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm
No.
destroying. Never.
No, glue is cheap.
It's Rise TV. Thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that, Prime, very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Let's continue.
Hear stories of naked Tahitian women and
Blue
giant
is cheap.
sloths or whatever.
Captain Fitzroy, this is my brother, Erasmus.
Mr. Darwin.
Captain. Good God. A man can collect a lot of rubbish in 5 years. It's a wonder you didn't sink the ship, Charles.
Named, I take it, after your grandfather.
Yes, and an uncle. Who drowned himself in the River Derwent.
And are you a free thinker like him?
I'm more of a free drinker, really. And how was the voyage for you, Captain?
That's not for me to say.
No?
40 views of the coast as seen from the sea, 80 plans of harbors, and 82 coastal maps. All for the hydrographic department of the Admiralty.
Bravo.
So that's the reason why the Beagle was sent on this voyage in the first place. That was Fitzroy's mission, it was a hydrographical expedition. So basically mapping the coastlines, and I think to a certain extent mapping how deep the sea was at certain points near the coast. This is invaluable information for the Royal Navy during the Age of Sail. So when you would have these warships that would go out and engage one another on the open ocean, there's a lot of planning that's involved with that, as you can imagine. And having detailed maps of the coastline could be the difference between life and death. If all of the dangerous shoals and reefs and stuff like that that you could run aground on and sink your ship, if those are all mapped out and you can avoid them, that puts you at a distinct advantage. Likewise, if there are coves that you can hide your vessel in, if you're, say, outnumbered and you know that an enemy force is coming by and you want to hide or something, or if you want to ambush them, all of these things are really, really important. So this was invaluable information. A big part of the Royal Navy's dominance of the oceans was due to the detailed maps and information that the Royal Navy had. Does that make sense? So this was it's interesting in that, like, we think of the voyage of the Beagle as being something that's about Darwin, but he was just along for the ride. He was the captain's buddy. Meant to be, you know, a conversational partner to keep the captain from losing his marbles, while they're doing this important work of mapping and record taking and everything else. But the information that was gleaned from the voyage of the Beagle, the most important information, turned out to be gathered by Darwin. Nobody knew it at the time, least of all Darwin. But yeah. But yeah, maps are still super important for Emily. Absolutely, Emilith, yeah. Insofan says it's kind of unimaginable, the long-term scale of the planning involved. It was nuts, yeah. But it paid off. The Royal Navy was the most powerful navy on the planet at the time.
Dinner at sea must have been a jolly affair.
Yeah. From the Galapagos Islands. Puma roasted over an open fire, rather like veal. Armadillo roasted in its shell, a lot like duck. Tortoise, of course. Some of them weigh as much as 500 pounds. One I measured was 96 inches around the waist.
If one of them ever needs a suit of clothes, we must send it to Father's tailor.
What else? Llama? Ostrich?
People wonder how it is some animals come to be extinct. Now we have the answer. Eaten by Charlie Darwin. You look as though you're going to the scaffold. Dignity, poise, smile. Remember, all eyes are on you. The judging has begun.
Mr. President, my lords, ladies and gentlemen.
No, no, no. Start with a bang. Men of Athens.
What?
Friends, Romans, countrymen, that sort of thing.
Right.
I think this document does a really good job of kind of capturing Darwin's personality. He was, you know, he was a kindly fellow. He was also very shy and nervous and often ill. He wasn't a firebrand. He wasn't looking to shake up the world or anything, but he made these discoveries that he realized people would be really upset about. And that scared him very deeply. This is before that time, too. You know, like, he's just made it back from the Voyage of the Beagle at this point. I think he's like 27, 28 years old, something like that. This actor looks a little bit older, but, you know, imagine him a little bit younger. He's just trying to present on some of the cool things that he saw. His ideas about natural selection and evolution, he hasn't come up with those yet. Those are a result of this voyage based on the things that he's seen. Those are going to come later.
I can't do this.
Yes, you can. You mustn't let the fact that every leading geologist in the land will be there put you off.
Oh, God.
Now, let me hear an interesting bit.
There aren't any. The earthquake.
Oh, stand still. And don't wave your arms around like that. Leave your tie alone. Don't squint. And speak up.
The earthquake ran for 400 miles along the coast, accompanied by the simultaneous eruption of a line of volcanoes. We found fresh mussel beds lying above high tide. The shellfish all dead. The land had risen 8 feet. Mountains must be the product of thousands and thousands of such rises occurring again and again throughout history. Even at the very crest of the Andes, we found marine remains. The fossilized shells of creatures that once crawled about at the bottom of the sea, elevated nearly 14,000
Gamer,
feet
welcome.
above its level. Time.
This guy, welcome. It's good to have you here.
Time is the key.
I rather thought later we might see
Darwin, splendid. Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
That's Owen right there, right?
Oh, thank you.
Where have you placed your fossil specimens?
Well, I was thinking of the British Museum.
Ah, you're happy to have them languish in some dusty Bloomsbury cellar?
No, not at all.
You'd better let me look over them for you, then.
We'll let you know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's Owen, right?
So, who does he think he is?
He thinks he's Richard Owen, the most brilliant anatomist in
And
Europe.
you're Erasmus Darwin's little brother, Darwin of the Beagle, Darwin. Laud it while you can.
I don't want to laud it.
Liar.
Anyway, you'll see Owen later on in this too. So again, Richard Owen, who right over here, there's a caricature of him in our background today. This guy, Richard Owen, is the same guy who coined the word dinosaur in 1842. he was one of the most famous scientists in the world back then. Interesting character. He looks a little bit creepy in a lot of these photos, and apparently in life he had a reputation as kind of a creep. But a deeply, deeply ambitious man. Prickly, sometimes spiteful. Always trying to play politics. But he had some remarkable acumen for understanding the anatomy of living things. And he was one of the first people to really kind of make sense of dinosaurs. He became famous working on the fossils that Darwin brought back from South America. And from other places, I think, during his 5-year voyage around the world. But yeah. Aris Gamer says, I've loved dinosaurs since I was 3. Well, you are in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For you and anybody else who might be new, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. I study dinosaurs. I dig them up during the summers. I've broadcast that 2 or 3 years in a row on Twitch. Live broadcasts from the field showing you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. Looking forward to doing that again this year. We're celebrating Darwin Day today because it's the 216th birthday of old Chucky D. And you might think, oh, that was a long time ago. How is this still relevant? Darwin's really important because he helped establish the field of modern biology. And paleontology, too, to a certain extent. There are certain historical figures that are really well celebrated for kind of being in the right place at the right time. Darwin is one of those. But the remarkable thing about Darwin, too, is that he had a ton of ideas. 9 times out of 10, he was correct about them. He was really ahead of his time in a lot of ways, and yeah, we'll be talking about that today. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? How are things going on upstairs? Lordy's parents are visiting right now, and so the cats are a little discombobulated. But good to see you, sweetie. What's shaking? Huh? Yeah. Aww. Should we get you some treats, sweetie pie? Would you like that? Would you appreciate that, sweetie? Yeah. Oh, look at that face. Look at that face. Yeah. Oh. She is holding the stream hostage, Lenina. She does that. You do that, don't you? Squish that face. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, time for treats? Let's do it. Oh. Look at all those. My goodness. What a delight. Yeah. Good stuff, sweetie pie. Good stuff. Yeah, anywho, not everybody's here. Let's check on how our post is doing there on Blue Sky, by the way. 9 likes, 2 quotes, not too bad. All right. There you go. Somebody had a question. Study the fossils of temnospondyls. I've not, Eris, no. I've worked briefly with some temnospondyl fossils in the past. Triassic stuff from, like, petrified forest. But when I say worked with, I mean only helped curate and repair some fossils at Berkeley. This is back when I was in high school. Things from, like, metoposaurs. Yeah. But I've never actually studied temnospondyls. It's not a group that I'm super familiar with. Mostly a dinosaur guy, you know? Although I might be getting into some Pleistocene mammals at some point, too. Yeah, temnospondyls are really cool. For anybody wondering what is a temnospondyle, they're these big ol' amphibians, things like Metoposaurus. Picture, you know, almost like a giant salamander. Yeah. They're cool critters. They're very cool critters. And they have, some of them have got these huge flat heads. It's like, it's almost like a toilet seat. The toilet seat cover. Although you would not want to sit on this. Look at those teeth. These guys inhabited a similar niche to like alligators and crocodiles today. So they lived in freshwater environments. They would have eaten fishes and kind of whatever critters would fall into the water. There's a lovely illustration by Gabriele Guetto right there. So their heyday was the Triassic. Yeah. Another Gabriele Guetto illustration right there. But, yeah, they're neat critters, temnospondyls. I bet you we can find a good image of one in a book over here that I've got. There we go. Dawn of the Dinosaurs. Excellent book by Krista Sadler about Petrified Forest National Park and the various critters that called it home. Yeah. Krista Sadler is actually coming out with a new book about the Cedar Mountain Formation, and it's a book that actually features me. There's Metoposaurs there. This is the illustration I wanted to find you. Really lovely piece of art by Doug Henderson here. Of these guys just hanging out in this swamp. Yeah. So you see the mouth open right there. You see those teeth. There's the eye. They had such flat heads. Super cool. Yeah. Really neat. Metoposaurs are cool. And then they largely disappear at the beginning of the Jurassic period, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I'm not sure if things like Koolasuchus are temnospondyls. I think they are. Critter from the early Cretaceous, Australia. But, yeah, anyway. Temnospondyls. And thank you for the likes and everything, everybody. Appreciate that. Blue sky. Excellent. Excellent. Anyway, let's get back to old Chucky D here, shall we? Oh, and did the ancestors of crocodiles displace those amphibians? It's a good question, Crimson Carnotaurus. I'm not totally sure. I don't think we have got a really good sense for what happened to them and why they disappeared. I don't know. Yeah. Koolasuchus is a temnospondyl. Nice. A relic one.
What a brilliant red. Brighter than the actual plumage.
And here, Ms. Art Rules, I think you'll like this part.
What a brilliant red. Brighter than the actual plumage.
I try to allow for the loss of colour that comes with death.
And can you do this with my Galapagos birds?
Well, I haven't finished identifying them yet, Mr. Darwin. I do know that your wren is a finch, your grosbeak is a finch, even your blackbird is a finch, and they're unique, all new, never described before. There's even evidence that there are separate species for each Galapagos island.
But I didn't label mine by island.
You didn't label them by island.
Yeah, all the finches, yes indeed. And Eris Gamer, yeah, we were talking about that a couple weeks ago, Colossal and that project. I'd love to be able to do an interview with them at some point. I want to say they have an office here in the Bay Area, but I'll have to look into that. But, yeah. A paleontologizing community starter pack on Blue Sky. That's a good idea, Lenina. Yeah. And somebody was asking about fieldwork? Let's see. Oh, Open Out. Says, hey Danny, one of the neighbor kids, 14, wants to go to college for paleontology, specializing in vertebrates. Do you have any tips and advice I could pass on to him? Absolutely, Open Out. It might be kind of region specific, but if that kiddo happens to be, well, I guess they're a neighbor, right? So you live in the same neighborhood. And if you happen to live in a place that's nearby a museum where they've got fossils, the number one piece of advice that I can give for anybody who wants to get started in paleontology is to see if you can start volunteering in a museum. As a way to kind of get your foot in the door and start to get to know paleontologists and be where the action is, try and get yourself into that museum. That's how I got my start back when I was in high school. I used to take the train to the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, and I started volunteering there. And it changed my life. I got to hang out with paleontologists every day. This is during the summers when I didn't have school. And sometimes senior year, I would cut class and hop on the train and go to Berkeley, hang out with the paleontologists there. But yeah, just being around fossil science, being around fossil scientists, being around fossils. Getting to work in the laboratory, learning all of these different techniques around cleaning and repairing and curating fossils. Learning about labeling and how to help manage your collections. Learning about histology and even helping out with some of the process there, cutting open these bones and polishing slides so that you can look at the growth rings in the bones to figure out how old these animals were when they died. Just going out to lunch with paleontologists and kind of learning the lingo, and it was a wonderful reality check for me as a teenager, being able to like hang out with fossil scientists, and because up until then all of my exposure to fossil science had been through media, through books, through documentaries and TV shows, internet forums and stuff like that. To be able to actually spend time with fossil scientists was huge. It gave me an inside view into how fossil science worked, and that's why I am a paleontologist today, is because I was able to do that. Frankly, I think it's more important in a lot of ways to be able to work in a museum, be around paleontologists. It's more important than going to school and taking the right classes and all of that. Because you can do all of those things. You can go to school and get good grades and take all the right classes in geology and biology and everything, but if you're not hanging out with paleontologists and working with fossils and all that, you're not going to become a paleontologist. And I met a lot of people when I went on to school later who, you know, they were very focused on taking the right university courses and getting all the good grades and doing these projects and stuff, but they wouldn't work in the museum. And they wouldn't go out and do field work during the summers. And they wouldn't come to the paleontology club meetings that we had, our Dead Lizard Society meetings, where we would discuss papers and just kind of bounce ideas off each other and stuff like that. The best advice that I can give to an aspiring paleontologist is hang out with paleontologists, get yourself into a museum, get in the lab, get into the field. That will open up so many doors for you. Even if you can't afford to finish school, the opportunities that arise from that, from being in this paleontological milieu, that can make your career, you know? I hope that makes sense. Anyhow, yeah. Dead Lizard Society. Exactly, and then dead, yeah, that's what we called it. Yeah. Good stuff. And Gravity, did you just join Blue Sky? Hang on a second. Well. There we go. Go refresh your page there, Gravity. I will pass that along. Thank you. You bet, Open Out. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. It makes me really happy to be able to give advice. Because frankly, I wish I had some of this advice when I was younger. If I can help somebody out, that makes me feel like I'm making a difference. Makes me happy. Thank you for that opportunity. Anywho. Let's continue here.
Why do you want them?
Well, I told you. I failed to label mine by island.
No, I mean, why are the birds I collected suddenly of such interest to you?
Well, the vice-governor of the Galapagos told me he could identify which island a tortoise came from by its markings.
Yes. Small variations are possible from island to island. Adaptations to climate and so on.
Yes, but the islands all have the same climate. My expert, John Gould, tells me he's found different species of finches. What if these finches were blown to the Galapagos from South America and then began to change, adapt, if you will, become more and more different from their ancestors generation after generation? First into varieties, then into new species. Each new species marooned on its own island.
What are you talking about? What if the finches were blown to the Galapagos? God put those creatures there.
That makes no sense. Why would God put different birds on almost identical islands?
I have no idea. It's not a question that requires an answer. Species were commanded into existence by God. They're perfect forms, and they've been perfect since the day of creation. It's divine law, God's will. I'll see to it that your expert receives my birds.
Thank you.
It's God you should give thanks to.
Careful with that flame by those delicate dried birds.
Come on.
Tonight, and for one night only, ladies and gentlemen, a guided tour of Charles Darwin's boneyard.
For goodness sake, and hurry up.
Yes. This is a large, extinct llama-like creature.
So this is Owen, not Darwin, presenting on Darwin's fossils here. So Darwin, even though he had sort of a background in geology to a certain extent before he left on the voyage of the Beagle, that's why he was so interested in these fossils and why he took such detailed notes and everything. he didn't feel well equipped to actually study these fossils. He thought that Owen would do a much better job of that, so he handed these over to Owen, and Owen did do a pretty good job of it here. And this is part of what made Owen's career.
And this is a giant ground sloth, discovered by Mr. Darwin at Punta Alta. Lastly,
The remains of Mr. Darwin's breakfast.
this skull.
So, yeah, that skull right there is Megatherium. And the caricature that I have of Owen right over here is of him riding a Megatherium. Kind of a famous rendering right here. Yeah. It's got like a bridle and everything right there. But yeah, this is one of the animals that helped make him famous. It was a fossil that Darwin brought back from Punta Arena. Is that Chile or is that Argentina? Punta Arenas, Chile. Okay, nice. Yeah. So these guys have got such weird looking skulls. Mammals in general have bizarre skulls, but sloths in particular. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah.
Discovered by Mr. Darwin at Punta Alta. Lastly,
Punta Alta.
The remains of Mr. Darwin's breakfast.
this skull belongs to a huge rodent. A relative of the South American capybara.
So that's actually Toxodon right there, which Owen thought was a giant rodent, and it kind of makes sense, sort of. Again, these critters, their closest living relative would be like a tapir or a rhino or a horse. So they're kind of related to the perissodactyls. That's, I think, their closest living relatives. But this entire group is now extinct. The Toxodontidae. They are part of a group called Nodoungulata, the Nodoungulates. So, an extinct order of ungulates that inhabited South America from the early Paleocene to the end of the Pleistocene. So this is a group that they first evolved just after the extinction of the dinosaurs. And then they survived until just a few thousand years ago. And it was probably the arrival of people in South America that spelled their doom. Really weird group of critters, Nodoungulates. Yeah. Bizarre animals. But yeah. Yeah. Have you worked with Spinosaurus or T-Rex bones? Not Spinosaurus in particular, but I do work on Spinosaurids. I've got a paper coming out on them pretty soon. Harris Gamer. Gonna get it submitted pretty soon. It's almost done. And I have worked on T-Rex as well. Yeah, I've dug up a few T-Rex back in my day. Yeah. Yeah. And No Bark Nomad says, a buddy of mine around Key West, Florida, found what he thinks may be an old bone. Would I be able to post a couple of pictures in the Discord? Yeah, go for it. No Bark, yeah. I rarely check the Discord, but if you post it there, hopefully maybe one of the mods can grab a link and stick it in the chat here, and I can look at it live. Yeah. But yeah, there are a lot of really cool Pleistocene mammals in particular from Florida. Amphitheres and mammoths and sloths and stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. But let's Continue.
If that's the size of a rat, imagine how big the cats must have been.
I have named it Toxodon.
Thank you, Professor Owen, for identifying and describing the extraordinary array of fossils discovered by Mr. Darwin on his voyage to South America.
And what's the reasoning for the name Toxodon? I kind of forget. Let's look that up, Reanimated Bit. Toxodon. What does that name mean? What's the etymology? It means bow tooth in reference to the curvature of the teeth. There you go. Toxodon. So now we recognize it as almost like a big tapir-like animal, but much more heavily built. Much heftier. Much heftier like a certain someone walking over right now. Mini Pie. There's a running joke that Lordy has that Mini Pie is getting chonky. I think you're still svelte and streamlined, Mini Pie. Yeah. But Lordy's like, she's put on so much weight. I don't know, Mini Pie. I don't know. I think you're looking swell. Not swollen. But you're looking. You're still sleek. Yeah. Toxo Pie, says Harry Vetch, yeah. How you doing, Minnie? How are you doing? Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. You having a pretty good day? Took you a while to get here. Usually it's like right after I start stream. But I guess there's interesting things going on upstairs, huh? New people in the house, all that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's usually here all the time. Yeah. Lordy's parents are visiting right now. And so, yeah. There's interesting novel smells and new people upstairs. Huh. Yeah. Things to investigate. Happy Darwin Day, Mini Pie. Yeah. What would you think if you encountered a Toxodon, huh, Minnie? What do you think? Oh, there's a treat there. You're not gonna eat that? What, just because Sweetie Pie left it, you're not gonna eat it? Getting all picky all of a sudden? Is that not good enough for you? Is that not good enough for you? What about this one? Cool. What do you think? Alright, let's get you some treats. Ooh. Look at those. Ooh. Tasty, tasty. And would the predators of Toxodon be terror birds? Small ones first, probably. Toxodon were young. Maybe they'd have to watch out for forest rakids, for terror birds. But you'd have other critters like, maybe like Thylacus smilus. That might be some of their predators. So let's see, what formation is Toxodon from? We can see what critters were coeval with it. And Reanimated Bit says, what ecological niche do you think Toxodon filled or excelled in, but ultimately led to its extinction? Would have been a grazing animal. You know, a large large plant eater. Probably eating low quality forage and stuff like that. Here we go. Let's see. Paleobiology. Toxodon was probably... Oop. Oh, shoot. Come on. Probably more ecologically comparable to rhinoceroses, so... Yeah, they would have lived along some critters like this. Big armadillos and sloths. But yeah, a grazing animal, kind of like a rhinoceros. What formation is it from, though? Anyway, it's a big animal that probably reproduced fairly slowly. They probably didn't have a very high reproductive rate, and so they'd be vulnerable to sudden extreme changes in their environments, like the introduction of fire by people showing up and people setting fire to the landscape and people hunting them too. Big animals that are slow to reproduce, slow to replace their populations. You know, if they've got long gestational periods, if they take a long time to reach sexual maturity, that makes them vulnerable to extinction by overhunting. So Toxodon, like pretty much all of the other large-bodied animals living in South America at the time, they all went extinct when humans showed up. So yeah. Toxodon may have been predated upon by the large saber-toothed cat Smilodon populator. Yeah, Murph. Yeah. So Toxodon, I think, is from the Pleistocene, so it would have been coeval with Smilodon. So yeah. But Freelancer says, weird how they didn't domesticate them. That's the thing, is that, like, it seems like, from what I understand, most animals are not easy to domesticate. The few species of large-bodied domestic animal that we have around today all share certain characteristics that makes them easier to domesticate. Things like having a kind of a rigid social hierarchy, which most animals don't have. Being comfortable in large groups. Being relatively docile. You know, you've got to kind of have all of these different characteristics all lined up in order to be a good candidate for domestication. That's why certain animals have never been domesticated. Like elephants have never been domesticated. You can have individual elephants who are tamed, but they haven't been domesticated. Like they don't live super well side by side with people. In the case of elephants, like, they're too big and dangerous. It's really difficult to like keep them corralled properly. And they're kind of too clever in some ways. Like, elephants also don't really get anything out of the deal. It's like, what, I'm gonna let these people boss me around? Nuts to that, you know? Elephants have got too much attitude. Finding an animal that's actually well suited to domestication is difficult. That's why there's not that many domestic animals. So yeah. So no house hippos. Exactly, Rusty Guy. Yeah. You know, even if hippos are small, sometimes they've still got a lot of attitude. Yeah. Like, you know, like here. Yeah. Excuse me. So yeah. New domestic cat coat color that was published about last year. I did not hear about that, Sylvia. No. Huh. Interesting. Anywho, did we have a link to the Discord there? Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Let's see, photos here. Interesting. You can see the trabecular texture of the bone there. Yeah. So it looks like a limb bone. I can tell you it doesn't look like it's from a sloth. It doesn't really look like it's from a camel. I wouldn't be surprised if this is from a cow or a bison. It might be a femur, if that's the femoral head right there. Let's see, I'm trying to make sense of this. So distal end, proximal end, if it's a femur. Yeah, this could be a left femur, if that's the femoral head. Cow femur. Interesting. The head of the femur and the major trochanter. The major trochanter is so much bigger than the femur head. I bet you that's what that is. But it could also be from a bison. So, depending on where this thing is from, it could be a fossil bison femur. Yeah, or it could be more recent. It could be just the femur of a cow, but it looks femury to me. Yeah. Interesting. Thanks for posting there, Nobark. Yeah. And the femur is the thigh bone, Mizart rules. It's usually the largest bone in the body. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Thanks for the great insight. You bet, Nobark Nomad. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Happy to be of service. And welcome, Duster. It's good to have you here. Let's get back to our Darwin Day festivities here.
We allow the planets and the sun to be governed by natural laws. But the smallest insect we wish to be created by a special act of God. Surely the creation of life has to be explained in the same way as geology, using natural, ordinary, everyday causes.
Well, in theory, yes, but in practice, there can be no question about the prime cause. Divine will.
Shouldn't men of science be free to investigate each and every means by which new species come into being?
If by that you mean wild accusations about man's ancestry, the answer is no.
So this kind of well encapsulates the conflict between Darwin and Owen, too. There's no recording of this conversation like this. This is like, it's a dramatic flourish here. This is fictionalized, but it's a nice little encapsulation, kind of the relationship between these two guys.
If by that you mean wild accusations about man's ancestry, the answer is no. To destroy man's unique status is to open the floodgates.
Is there a Huxley? Maybe later, Pumpkin the Cat.
We
Maybe
might
later.
just as well throw muskets to the rabble.
And hang on, let's go back and hear what he said there, because Owen was, I think, really wary about the societal implications of evolution. This idea that, like, well, if one species can change over time into another, that means that species are not fixed. This means that like the supposed natural order of things, natural hierarchies, maybe they're not actually fixed. Maybe they're not really real. Maybe there's so many more gray areas than we ever thought possible, and that scared people like Owen. It's like, well, maybe we in the wealthy elite upper classes, maybe Maybe our position was not ordained by God, and maybe the lower classes could overthrow us. You know, it scared a lot of people like this, you know?
As well throw muskets to the rabble.
Yeah.
People like Owen think that if there was no Church of England...
And there you go, Caravan. Yes, indeed.
...grow.
If the globe has undergone such profound changes in its history, geologically, then surely all living creatures must have changed with it to adapt to their new conditions.
Pumpkin the Cat says the intersection of politics and geology in the 19th century is super interesting. It is, and I'm almost done reading an excellent book about this. I know I've talked about it before, but let me get it. If you're interested in this period of time and you're interested in, like we said, the interplay between natural history and politics, if you're interested in kind of the whole milieu of what was going on in the 19th century with the discovery of fossils and Darwin's discovery of evolution and what that meant for society at the time, the people who supported it and opposed it, and where they're all coming from, the book that I can most recommend to you is this one. Just came out last year. Impossible Monsters by Michael Taylor. Really excellent book. Beautiful scholarship. Really well written, super entertaining. It's good stuff. Yeah. Lots of nice blurbs in here. Yeah. Michael Taylor succeeds in reanimating those famous dinosaur wars of the 19th century with real brilliance and makes them as fresh and furious as ever. Actually, I'm not sure that guy actually read the book. Not everybody who writes a blurb actually read the book. There's not much in here about the Bone Wars. But yeah, anyway. Impossible Monsters, excellent, excellent book. Can't recommend it highly enough. It's good stuff. Almost done with it. I've got just a few pages left, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's a continual reminder that I need to set aside more time for sitting down and reading. It's usually when I'm traveling that I, open up a book like that. So I was reading that on the train yesterday on the way to Berkeley. But, yeah. Let's see here. Here it is, and from an independent bookseller here. There you go. Good stuff. You can also get it on Thrift Books or, yeah. Anywho, I think you'd really like that, Pumpkin the Cat. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Excellent book. The only thing, if I were to come up with one criticism about it, it would be that the author is, I think, a historian, and sometimes, occasionally, it's clear that he doesn't really know much about dinosaurs. Some of the phrasing is just, like, slightly awkward. And this is coming from a paleontologist, so of course I'm gonna be, I'm super attuned to this. But, yeah, and he was kind of slagging off the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, too, calling them ridiculous and stuff, which, for their time, they're not ridiculous. But anyway, I'm a historian, I'll tolerate it. You're going to love this book, Pumpkin the Cat. You're going to love it. It's right up your alley, I bet. Anyway, let's continue.
Otherwise, they would have perished.
Some did perish, it seems.
Yes, but the continued existence of life on Earth can only be explained by the assumption that a creature like this was replaced by the modern-day armadillo. There must be a law which causes new species to appear in place of the extinct ones.
That, my boy, is the mystery of mysteries. The person who can solve that riddle will take all of the scientific prizes.
variety of their beaks that's so amazing. They graduate perfectly in size. From this large, parrot-like beak, similar to a hawfinch, perfectly designed for cracking nuts, to this tiny warbler finch, fine as a chaffinch, to feed on insects.
And they're all descended from this one. The common ground finch.
I've started to prepare some colour plates.
Now put my words to shame. Raz! Raz? Oh, Raz. Wake up.
What time is it?
Lunchtime.
Oh, well then go away and come back at tea time.
The Galapagos Islands are almost identical. The same geology, the same climate.
I'm glad to hear it. Now go away.
So why should different finches inhabit identical islands? Raz? Small changes over ages and ages can throw up mountain ranges and sink continents. If mountains can move and rivers can move...
Duster?
Surely one of the most remarkable animals that had ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous,
is Duster.
Is a dinosaur.
Thank you for the 2 months.
Doesn't feel it's been 2 months since I first subbed.
Well, it might not be a full 60 days. So, like, you're probably right about that. Sometimes those alerts come in a little bit early. But thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate it, Duster. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for helping keep me here online. It makes a big difference. I appreciate you.
And why can't animals, finches, tortoises, iguanas, if you trace animals across the surface of the earth, or dig down and trace them back through time, you come face to face with the same truth.
Which is?
New beings can appear on the earth. Perhaps.
Harry says they'd been doing artificial selection on animals for centuries at this point. It's odd they never made the connection. Well, that's like when you read The Origin of Species by Darwin. A huge part of this book talks about artificial selection. Different breeds of livestock and dogs and cats and pigeons too. Domestic animals like that. Darwin was one of the first people to really start making those connections. And yeah. He said he was surprised too that nobody before had made those connections. He's like, the pigeon fanciers, the pigeon men, they know all of this stuff already, but they've never written it down. And they've never tried to apply it to animals in the wild, you know? So yeah. It does seem obvious in hindsight. Scorch Hellfire, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, like many great ideas do. And what's funny is that Darwin came along at a time when, I don't know. I say this a lot. I said it last year on Darwin Day, and I'll say it again. If it hadn't been for Darwin, somebody else would have come up with this idea. If the HMS Beagle had left England and then immediately sank with all hands, that would have been a tragedy, obviously. And science would have been different a little bit, but somebody else would have discovered natural selection. They would have discovered evolution. In fact, Alfred Russel Wallace was already doing that. That's what prompted Darwin to publish The Origin of Species. Is because he realized that this other guy, who'd been born in Wales, Alfred Russel Wallace, working on the other side of the planet, in the Malay Archipelago, he'd independently come up with that idea, discovered natural selection. And he wrote to Darwin, and he said, hey, I've got this idea, what do you think of it? And Darwin's like, oh shoot, I've been sitting on this for like decades. what do I do now? I'm gonna get scooped. And so they published a paper together. Well, together. Wallace was still on the other side of the world, but Darwin put his name on the paper that he read before the Royal Society, so that Wallace could share credit. You'll probably see that later on in this documentary, but yeah. And if it hadn't been them, it might have been Gregor Mendel. So Gregor Mendel, I think, had already died by this point, Bondo Latour? Or had he not? I forget. But Gregor Mendel was more interested in heritability of traits. He wasn't really interested in trying to explain where species came from. But yeah. And it's funny, Darwin never knew about Mendel's work. That's a whole interesting thing that maybe we'll get to. But yeah. Oh, so he was around. Okay. Yeah. But also, Gregor Mendel, I don't know if he spoke or wrote in English. He was Czech, right? Living in a monastery in what today would be the Czech Republic or Czechia. Yeah. And how's that 3D printed Rex skull going? Asked Duster. It's going well. Yeah, I put some more pieces of it together. Let me show you real quick, and then we'll get back to this. But yeah, it's going well. I'm still assembling it. There. Let me go get it. There we go. That's it so far. So the posterior of the skull, still got to put together. Of course, all those pieces are printed. It's just a matter of assembling them. But yeah, here, if I hold it like this, it looks like it's complete, huh? Yeah, it's quite the thing. And it's honestly heavier than I thought it was going to be. But, if anything, that makes it a little bit more impressive, right? Yeah. Anywho, let's continue, shall we? It's Austrian at the time, now Czech Republic, German-speaking family. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Okay, cool. Really appreciate you checking up on a lot of these facts. Charlie's Dragon, that's good stuff. Anywho, how does that skull compare to the big hadrosaur? Or a Triceratops? It's smaller than a full-grown Triceratops skull, but bigger than a full-size Edmontosaurus skull. So the skull of a full-grown Triceratops will be significantly bigger than that of a T-Rex. That's a pretty decent comparison, I guess. Yeah. And Edmontosaurus is smaller still.
Unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time.
Well.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
El Mako TV, thank you for the raid. Welcome. It's good to have you here.
El Mako TV and their 57 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Thank you for arriving to wreak some havoc. How was your stream? Oop. I appreciate the raid. How are you doing? Yeah. them are the Mr. Twinkie. How are you doing? Hello, hello. El Mako, Rock TH93. What's shaking, everybody? Welcome to Paleontologizing, and happy Darwin Day to you. It was great, thank you. How are things over here? Things are good. Things are really good. We are celebrating the 216th birthday of old Chucky D here. Old Charlie Darwin. And watching a little, like, documentary with, historical reenactments of, some of the key moments in this saga of Charles Darwin's discovery of natural selection. This is after he got back from his voyage of the Beagle. But yeah. So good stuff. Anyway, Elmako, I really appreciate the raid, and if anybody's new here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers, and I stream it during the summer too. Looking forward to doing that again this year. And yeah, I'm here to answer whatever questions you've got about natural history, about extinction and evolution and the fossil record, with a particular focus on dinosaurs, because dinosaurs are what I actually work on. But anyway, it's Darwin Day, so let's get back to this here.
Everything is part of one ancestral chain. Man, mouse, armadillo. No. It's nonsense to think of animals or man as climbing some ladder.
See you later, Duster. Thanks for being here.
Talk of one animal being higher than another. No.
Oh.
But on the land, the greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur, was king.
Mama Bonbon, thank you for the 40 months of support. Thank you for that Prime.
Here's to Chucky D.
Thank you, Mama Bonbon. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Thank you for your ongoing support. Nope.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
It's true.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
The Mr. Twinkie, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
It's nonsense to think of animals or man as climbing some ladder. To talk of one animal being higher than another. No. I think it's more like a tree.
Huh.
A tree of life. Each new species springs from the parent tree like a shoot. These shoots branch and divide in their turn, and so on and so on. Some branches die out, others keep developing. The trunk, the ancient common ancestor.
Yep.
The stock from which all animals and plants sprang.
Nursed by warm sunbeams in primeval caves, organic life began beneath the waves. Hence, without parent, by spontaneous birth, rise the first steps of animated earth. Grandfather Zoonomia. Would it be too bold to imagine that all warm-blooded animals have arisen from one living filament? It's in our blood, Charles.
Grandfather was vilified for it.
It's in our blood.
Hey, Chaotic Kitten, thanks for saying hi. Hope things are going well in Ireland. There we go.
What Charles Darwin glimpsed over 150 years ago is now the bedrock of biology.
Yep, this is that same diagram right here. His famous I think diagram. Yeah. Right there. Which there are so many biologists other scientists and science enthusiasts who have this as a tattoo, including, I personally know 3 different people who have this. It's a pretty iconic image. Yeah, you see it on t-shirts too. Yeah. And that notebook here, take a look at this.
I can't tell you how happy I am that the Charles Darwin notebooks containing the 1837 Tree of Life sketch are home again, safe and home at the University Library where they belong.
Yeah,
We don't
they went
know a
missing.
lot, but the facts are that the notebooks were left anonymously in a public place inside the University Library. And
They had been
left
stolen
inside a large
previously.
pink gift bag. Inside the gift bag was the original archive box, just a little larger than the notebooks themselves, and also a plain brown office envelope which contained the notebooks themselves. And the notebooks were tightly wrapped in cling film, but they are in very, very good condition.
The most important theory in the natural sciences is probably the theory of evolution by natural selection, which was discovered by Charles Darwin. And these are the notebooks in which Charles Darwin worked out his theory.
Yeah.
I know that people often talk about emotions as a process these days, and for me, that's very much the way it was when I heard that the notebooks had been recovered. The first stage for me was really, I think, astonishment and maybe a bit of incredulity. I could hardly believe that they had been found again. The second stage was one of relief, because I think anyone associated with the University Library and with Cambridge knew how important these notebooks were. And then the third stage, I think, is one of connection, really, because when I held these notebooks again in my hand, I know what they contain, I know the text, but there was something about the idea that these were the notebooks that Darwin walked around in London, went to meetings, talked to his father, talked to his barber, talked about a whole range of issues with many, many different people. And these were those notebooks. And this is the place in which those great discoveries were actually made.
Cambridge University Library is one of the greatest libraries in the world, and I am really delighted that these notebooks are back safely in the strong rooms, but also that they will be on show from July at a free exhibition called Darwin in Conversation. We hadn't dreamt that we'd be able to include these in the public exhibition when we were planning it, but now they're back, we can, and everyone will have a chance to see them.
Yeah.
I'd like to say just such a warm thank you to the public and to the police. The tremendous response we had from around the world, it showed just how much Darwin is loved as a scientific figure and how much these notebooks meant, not just to us here in Cambridge, but to the whole world. Thank you.
So the question is, where did they go? And they had to have been stolen at some point, presumably. And then, I don't know, where does a thief sell something like that that's so iconic? Everybody knows what it is. And they know where it came from. Yeah, it's a wild story. It really is. Yeah. Yeah.
2 notebooks written by the scientist Charles Darwin have been mysteriously returned to Cambridge University Library nearly 20 years after they were stolen. The books, worth millions of pounds, were in a gift bag with a
Millions
note,
of pounds.
but exactly who took them remains a missing link.
Missing, oh boy. Anywho, wild that happened. Here, I'll give you a link to this lovely video from Cambridge University here.
I can't tell you how happy I am.
But yeah. Murph says, you only do that if you have a buyer lined up? I mean, yeah. I don't know. You would think that's how that would work. But anyway, yeah. This used to become a movie. I agree, Gravity. Yeah.
Over 150 years ago, is now the bedrock of biology.
Yep.
All forms of life on Earth have evolved on a single branching tree of life.
That is Liam Neeson. Scorch Hellfire, yes, indeed. Yeah.
One of the most important ideas that Darwin had was that all living things on Earth were related. How can you realize that you are part of this single tree of life and not be fundamentally moved by that? It's something that stirs the soul.
Following in Darwin's path, biologist Chris Schneider and his colleagues have come to South America, to a remote region of Ecuador near the base of the Andes Mountains. The rainforest may be home to more species of animals than anywhere else on Earth. Darwin had been awestruck by its endless variety of life. He wrote that he felt like a blind man being given sight, and that the sounds of the rainforest were like a great cathedral at evensong. For biologists today, the lowland rainforest and the nearby Andes Mountains are laboratories for exploring Darwin's ideas.
Shut up. Did he bite you?
Over the next several days, Schneider's team will track down rats and frogs, bats, birds, and lizards, through day and night, both here in the rainforest and high up in the mountains. By comparing the two groups of animals, they hope to better understand how changing environments might trigger the evolution of new species.
You just can't help but be awestruck by the fact that there are so many different kinds of things here. There are 12 species of primates. There are 550 species of birds that have been identified here. There are 100 species of frogs right here in this little area.
Wow, that's great. It's fascinating.
The whole point of this is to show that these ideas that Darwin was mulling over back in the day are ideas that we're still studying even now. Those concepts that he was elucidating are so foundational to biology, to the understanding of life on Earth, you know?
Why is there such diversity here?
We've got plenty of stuff.
Oh, we got some good stuff. We got a mind blower or two.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that bill.
Ornithologist Tom Smith wants to compare the size of birds' beaks from the rainforest with those he hopes to find in the mountains. Even subtle differences may offer clues about how and why new species arise. Just as it was the beaks of finches from the nearby Galapagos Islands that spurred Darwin's thinking in the 1830s.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Miko the raccoon, thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate it. It's good to have you here. Thanks for keeping me here online. Appreciate you.
Darwin saw that the finches he brought back had uniquely shaped beaks, adapted to the different foods on the islands. He envisioned that these different species of finch had all descended, with modifications, from a common ancestral population that had flown over from the mainland. Darwin's bold insight was to apply this vision to all of life. to see that the great variety of life on Earth, leopards and lichens, minnows and whales, flowering plants and flatworms, apes and human beings, all descended from one root, one common ancestor.
It was indeed another one of his radical proposals, not only to say that evolution happened, but that there was a root of common ancestry to everything that lived on this planet, including us. You could construe it in other ways that, as I like to say, are more user-friendly. You could have thought, well, God had several independent lineages, and they were all moving in certain preordained directions, which pleased his sense of how a uniform and harmonious world ought to be put together. And Darwin says, no, it's just history all coming.
Really spectacular. Spares no expense.
Miko,
Nico
thank you for gifting Gravity. I
984
appreciate
gifted
that,
a tier
Miko.
1 sub to Gravity 1963.
Thank you,
They
thank
have
you.
given
with
10 gift subs
modification
in the
from
channel.
a single common ancestry.
The key to Darwin's thought in every realm is that given enough time and innumerable small events, anything can take place by the laws of nature. So whether it's the raising of mountains or the evolution of new species, all of these things happen through time and change.
The rainforest holds striking examples.
Look at that. Take a look at this leaf, right? No.
Take a look at this mantis here. This thing is almost perfectly disguised as a leaf.
Yeah.
But you
Check
can
that
see,
out. Nuts.
if you look at the underside, that it's a praying mantis, just like you'd find in a garden in North America. But this one is highly modified. Its thorax is flattened out to look like a leaf, and its wings are modified to look like leaves. You can even see the veins. If you imagined a population of mantises and some looked more like leaves than others, those ones that look like leaves may tend to survive and reproduce more than others. And so a series of modifications could build up over time to result in an almost perfectly leaf-like mantis.
Pretty darn cool. So what this means that there's extreme predation pressure on these guys, at least at key points in their development. At key points in the development of this species. That, like, there were times when all of the ones that didn't, you know, if there's just, like, here. Because I saw Murph posting about this. Natural selection. Here we go. Yeah, so let's talk about the... Yep.
That nature itself is also capable of selection. It may not have an intelligent brain like a farmer, but nature is an extremely dangerous place in which to live. There are germs which can kill you, animals that can eat you. You could die of heat exhaustion. You could die of exposure to the cold. When parents produce a variety of offspring, nature, simply by being difficult to survive in, decides which of those variations get to live and reproduce, and which do not.
Those which are easily spotted are often eaten by predators. If you see this kind of mimicry like that, if you see a critter that's evolved to look like another critter, like this lovely mantis right here, that shows that, like, oh boy, somebody was, you know, at some point in the past, and probably still is, eating everybody who's got even the slightest mutation that makes it so that they're not perfectly well camouflaged. There's, like, some extreme predation pressure going on there. That's how this sort of thing arises, Murph, if that makes sense. You know? It's pretty wild to think about, but man, is it cool. Yeah. And is mimicry essentially convergent evolution? No, it's not convergent evolution. It's convergent evolution would mean that there's like a similar function going on. This is just appearance. So there's nothing in this insect that resembles the inside of the plant. It's just exterior. So it's just, if this guy is more, you know, if he can hide more easily, he's more likely to survive and pass his genes on to his offspring. Yeah, but say that the kind of leaves that they like to hang out on, say that these go extinct, and these guys are walking around on tree bark. If they don't immediately go extinct too because they all get eaten or whatever, then the ones that survive are going to be the ones that are a little bit, slightly more brown. And then generation after generation, they'll get more and more brown. They'll start to look more and more like the tree bark, that kind of thing. Does that make sense? So it's not like convergent evolution. Convergent evolution is similarity of like body plan, similarity of function. This doesn't function like a leaf. It just looks like it. Does that make sense? It's trying to fool predators. I say trying to, but it's not a conscious thing. Like, the insect isn't going like, oh, I'm trying really hard to be a leaf, and that makes me more like a leaf. That's not how it works. It's not. It's just they're born that way or they're not, you know? And then they get eaten or they don't, based on how much they look like a leaf. So does that make sense? Yeah. Like in bark moths. Oh, Alex Vixen, you're talking about the peppered moths, right? That's kind of your classic example. Yeah. Yeah. Famous in the world of biology, the peppered moth. Scientists have just found the genetic secret behind its fame.
An icon for evolutionary biology because these moths, their survival is very dependent on their ability to hide from birds that are very fond of eating them. In the mid-1800s, all the peppered moths were of one type, kind of light and speckled in color, and then around 1850 the first black moth was recorded, and following that time it replaced this typical form.
Yep. The typical peppered moth is almost perfectly camouflaged by surfaces like tree bark. And you can see why they call it a peppered moth, by the way. Because it looks like, you know, pepper sprinkled on it right there.
This is waste, representing a mighty bill we all must pay, whether we live in smoky cities.
A mutation happened in the 1800s that produced this change in the population. Now we know the specific sequence in the entire genome that causes the black type of the peppered moth to actually be produced.
So when you had all these smokestacks after the Industrial Revolution, you've got all this pollution, it's all this smoke and smog in the air, and it's turning the tree bark black. And all these birds that would normally get fooled by the peppered moths and, you know, these lovely white speckly patterns that they've got, suddenly those moths stand out like a sore thumb. And so those few weird moths that were born that were darker colored, suddenly they did better. Suddenly they were, you know, they had the advantage. They were less likely to be eaten than the moths that were lighter colored. And so over time, the population of moths became darker and darker and darker because the darker ones survived and passed their genes on to their offspring. By crossbreeding and studying the moth, scientists identified and even dated this genetic change.
Our best estimate is that the mutation event happened in 1819, which fits in pretty nicely with the first record being in 1848 from the greater Manchester region, in fact.
Manchester, very industrial area at the time.
A species is a species and is unchanging. But this example shows very graphically how that's not the case, that a species can change over time And in this case, it can change very rapidly over time. That's happened because the environment has been changing, is a sort of really obvious example of evolutionary change that is pretty incontrovertible.
Very cool. Yeah. So this is maybe a less extreme example of mimicry. I mean, the pattern on it, you know, looks like the tree bark that you see on some of these trees. But like the wing shape and everything, you know, that's just pure moth right there. You look at something like this, and it's like, holy cow, it looks like a leaf, even in its shape and everything. So the predation pressure on these guys presumably was even stronger than the predation pressure on the moths. You know? There's a greater incentive to develop these wild mutations like that, and it was even more rewarded than it was for the moths.
Its thorax is flattened out to look like a leaf, and its wings are modified to look like leaves. You can even see the veins. If you imagined a population of mantises and some looked more like leaves than others, those ones that look like leaves may tend to survive and reproduce more than others. And so a series of modifications could build up
Older
over
leaf
time to
mantis? I don't
result
know.
in an almost
Kenny.
perfectly leaf-like.
I don't know if we have a fossil
mantis.
record of them either. Here, let's, but we might be able to look at that with molecular data. Let's see what the Tree of Life says, if we can find leaf mantis on here. We might be able to see, is this a clade of mantises? Are they all each other's closest living relatives? Or did this kind of leafy appearance evolve multiple times? Let's see. Man, they are deep in there. Leaf mantis. Chorodotus strumaria. Shield mantis. Tropical shield mantis. Yeah. Anywho, there's actually a bunch of different mantises that have evolved very plant-like morphologies. Was it the orchid mantis? Looks like an orchid. Right there. Yeah. So this is something this group is really good at doing. For whatever reason, there's some quirks in their genetic code where they're more likely to have these mutations where they start looking like plants, and then natural selection can just kind of run wild with that, you know? Yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, back to our leaf mantis here. Oh. There we go. Yeah. Leaf mantis. Yeah, so that's interesting. We don't have speciation times or anything for these. I bet you they're not that well understood. Like when these different clades split from one another. Maybe nobody's done that work yet. In fact, we might not even have like genomes for these guys yet. Yeah. Huh. No dates, we need to study them more, says Kenny. Probably, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue
But if
here.
you put it on a background, you know, in which it doesn't belong, I mean, it just sticks out like a sore thumb. And
yeah.
It almost certainly, where are you going there, pal? It almost certainly get eaten by something.
Before heading into the mountains, Smith collects more birds to add to what he's learned in the rainforest.
Lower bill length.
Here, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Highland birds prove to be
9.2.
3 hours.
Coleman is 10.
different enough to be considered new species,
Bose Coleman.
branching off in a new direction on the Tree of Life.
When the Andes were uplifted, it created a whole variety of new habitats. the animals that were in the lowland rainforest had an enormous opportunity to colonize these new habitats, and they did so. The real question is whether adaptation to these new environments can lead to the formation of new species.
Flying less than 1 hour, Schneider and Smith moved from the steamy lowlands to the wind-swept Andean peaks. Animal populations made the same journey, but gradually, over many generations. And as the environment changed from rainforest to the high, cool grasslands, animal populations were forced to adapt. These grasslands lie nearly 2 miles above sea level. Seasons never change here, so close to the equator. But it is said that winter visits every night. Temperatures often drop below freezing. Animals not well adapted will not survive.
Hummingbirds are amazing. It turns out that they can drop their body temperature 50 degrees and go into a state of hibernation to withstand the frigid nights here. You can imagine a small-billed hummingbird living in cloud forest some 1,000 meters downslope from us. And if those individuals were to expand their range up into this habitat, where perhaps flowers are much longer, you could expect that individuals with slightly longer bills might survive better.
Yep.
And in fact, there are many examples in hummingbirds where we know that small changes in bill length can make important differences in how that bird extracts nectar and how well it survives. We're seeing that changes in the environment can be very important in changing the characteristics of those animals as they move between environments. And we believe very strongly that, in many cases anyway, that this can be very important in the progression to new species.
From one species of bird, the common ancestor, hummingbirds with beaks of different lengths evolve over many generations.
Yep.
And if these populations change so much that they can no longer reproduce with one another,
they become different
they are
species.
considered separate species on the tree of life.
That's called speciation, cladogenesis.
Smith and Snyder want to see how closely related the highland birds are to the birds they examined in the lowland rainforest.
Again, is that right?
They compare color, beak length, wingspan, just as Darwin would have done. But they have another tool that Darwin never even dreamed of.
Okay, that should be funny.
Oh, hang on a sec. Snake Socks has got a great question. How does evolutionary overkill develop? I mean, it's not overkill, usually. When an animal evolves an ability that is many times more powerful than will ever be necessary. No, it is necessary if we're talking about, like, sea snakes. Yeah, the inland taipan can kill 100 adults, for example, despite hunting rodents and small lizards. Where was the evolutionary pressure to keep such a powerful venom? I don't know about for that snake in particular, but for... One example that I do know of is the beaked sea snake, which is said to be one of the most venomous of all snakes. It's said that one drop of its venom could kill 50 grown men. Which I don't know if that's actually true, but, you know, they're extraordinarily toxic. Like, their venom is extraordinarily potent. Yeah. Venom. The venom of this species is made of the highly potent neurotoxins and myotoxins. This widespread species is responsible for the vast majority of deaths from sea snake bites, up to 90% of all sea snake bites. I think it's because these guys are a bit more bitey than other sea snake species. The LD50 value, median lethal dose. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules.
Snakes, why does it have to be snakes, paleo? Not
Well, snakes are cool, Ms. Art Rules. Oh. LD50 value is, so the median lethal dose is a toxic unit that measures the lethal dose of a given substance. 0.1125 milligrams per kilo, based on toxicology studies. The average venom yield per bite is approximately 7.9 to 9 milligrams, while the lethal human dose is estimated to be 1.5. So, yeah, so one bite from one of these guys could kill, I don't know, I guess several people. The reason why this snake has got such potent venom is based on what it eats. So these are snakes that live on coral reefs. They spend most of their time in the ocean. And they need to be able to catch and kill fishes. The thing when you're a venomous snake trying to kill and eat fishes that live on coral reefs, it's gotta be a one-shot kill, or else you go hungry. Their venom evolved to be extraordinarily potent, so that they can make sure that every time they envenomate a fish, they will get a meal. That's why it seems like overkill, is that, you know, if you just kind of tag a fish without really getting it, or you get a little bit of venom in there and then the fish gets away, you know, fishes are super mobile. That fish is going to swim away and die elsewhere, and you're going to go hungry. You need to make sure that it is immobilized immediately if you want to be able to eat it. That's kind of the idea. Does that make sense? It's not like, I don't know, you're going after a mouse or something where, like, you bite that mouse and it's going to go hide 4 feet away and then you can go track it down. Like, no. The fishes are so much faster than these snakes. That fish is going to be gone if you don't immobilize it immediately. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And how can a species start to develop venom, says Komodish. Venom-like compounds are apparently much more common in animals than anybody realized until recently. There's lots of different kinds of organism that have got compounds in their saliva that are very similar to venom, and it only takes like a few mutations to turn it into venom. Venom is also, it's a super wide spectrum of like what is considered venom. Some venoms are really, really weak. The venom in critters like shrews are yeah, here. They're pretty weak.
Today on Animal Fact Files, we're discussing shrews. While they may look like mice, shrews are not rodents. They're more closely related to moles and hedgehogs.
Yeah, they're insectivores.
There are also some
right?
species commonly called shrew, such as the elephant shrew.
That are not shrews. These are afrotheres. This is a sengi. It's not... Elephant shrews are not shrews. They're actually much more closely related to elephants, believe it or not.
That aren't part of the true shrew family.
Yeah.
There are over 300 living species of true shrews, making them one of the most species-rich mammalian families on Earth.
Yep.
Shrews also boast the smallest living terrestrial mammal, the
Yeah.
white-toothed little shrew.
These things are tiny, 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 tiny. It's just nuts. And they've got the craziest looking skulls. Oh, man. That is a shrew skull right there. A common shrew. Yeah, look at that. That's the orbit right there, the eye socket. How crazy is that? Why are they so cursed? That's why I'm trying to show you, Petrodile. It's so weird and cool looking. Oh man, I kind of want to 3D print one of these really big. Yeah, they do have a long head. But in life, they look like this, you know? Would you ever imagine looking at this little bit of fluff here, that underneath the skull looks like that? as it does. You know? Just bonkers. Yeah. Yeah.
This tiny shrew weighs less than an ounce and measures 3 inches in length, including its tail. On average, shrews are about 4 ounces in weight and
Das
7
gut,
inches
ja?
long, including their
Oh,
tail.
yeah.
But not all
Excuse
shrews
me.
have a long tail. Some have almost no tail to speak of.
Huh.
It can be difficult to tell male and female shrews apart. A male shrew's testicles are retained inside the body, so they don't provide a clear external distinction as they do in other mammals. Shrews live in Africa, Eurasia, North and Central America, the northwestern tip of South America, and some oceanic islands where they've been introduced. Their body shape can depend on where they live.
Tactile says, what was the name of that? So, here, let's figure it out. There probably are skulls available already. We can look. So this is the common shrew. Common shrew is Sorex araneus, but Sorex is the genus. So we can look at, say, Sketchfab and do a search for Sorex, and there we go. We've got whole skeletons of it, and we've got skulls already available. Let's see how many of these are downloadable. There we go, a bunch of them. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, wild. Bonkers. Again, there's the eye, the orbit. There's the brain case back there. What a crazy looking skull, you know? Yeah. Hey, look at that skeleton. Wasn't there a movie called The Killer Shrews? I don't know if they showed a skeleton of one of these animals, but they are kind of nightmarish in a certain light, you know? Really interesting. Like, you can see how that could be a movie monster. Look at that. Yeah. Very cool. Look at this tiny Elden Ring boss, says Sushi Cat. Yeah. Yeah. There's a link. Let's use this as a reference for creature designs. This is wild. I know, isn't that cool, Petrodactylus? Just wild. I love sharing this kind of thing because it's, you know, an animal that might seem really mundane turns out to actually be really wild and interesting when you kind of get down and look at it at a granular scale. There are wonders all around us. If only you have eyes to see them. Welcome, Nouval Garant, for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Bailey and Zaladriving. Welcome for the follow. Sorry. But yeah. Yeah. Are there any real skeletons for sale? I don't know, Dan the BC. Check eBay. Probably. Yeah. I wonder if, I don't think Bone Clones has any. But they've got all kinds of other animal skull replicas that you can purchase, and some of them are so weird and cool. Yeah, dromedary camel, that's a neat one. Eye eyes, orangutans, Gila monster. That's a super neat one. I don't think these guys get enough credit for having a really cool looking skull. I mean, it's just got so much character. Yeah. How neat is that? Oh, man. Yeah. Mandrill baboon. Sea otters have got cool looking skulls. This doesn't have the purple teeth. Sea otters have purple teeth oftentimes in life and in death because of their food. There's like their bones and teeth can actually get discolored from all of the urchins that they eat. They turn purple, which is really neat. Yeah. I've got this one here in my office, Komodo dragon. Tuatara, I've got this one too, 3D printed. Neat stuff. But yeah. Anywho, back to shrews, and then we'll get back to Chucky D.
Some shrews are semi-aquatic and have small, skin-covered eyes or webbed feet.
Shrews are so interesting.
Others spend their time in tropical vines and have long limbs for grasping.
Yep.
Some are burrowers with small eyes, ears, and tails.
Yeah.
Shrews can be found in forests, grasslands, deserts, swamps, and more, though they tend to prefer areas with moisture.
Huh.
In fact, some shrew species have thick hairs on their feet that allow them to walk on water.
Pretty neat.
They use their prehensile snout for sniffing out prey. Shrews are primarily insectivores, eating insects and other invertebrates, but they also consume mushrooms, small vertebrates, and seeds. They have forward-facing incisors for holding prey while they eat. Some
of them do,
are also venomous. A rare
Jazzy Cat says, do they have a fast metabolism? Extremely. Some of them, if they don't eat like every hour or something, they can starve to death. They're kind of like a hummingbird in that respect. They've got really, really fast metabolism. Some species more than others, but yeah, some of them are crazy high metabolism.
trait in mammals. Some shrews...
But yeah, some are venomous, though, which is wild.
Some are also venomous.
Yeah.
A rare trait in mammals. Some shrew species have toxic saliva that flows into a wound via grooves on the teeth.
So this is, it would be considered like a basic, almost like primitive form of venom, where they don't have like hypodermic fangs or anything like that to inject venom. What they do is their saliva is slightly venomous. It's got like venomous compounds in it that affects the prey, and they just kind of like chew it into a wound in the prey.
And envenomates prey,
Yeah.
not unlike a Komodo dragon. In turn, these mammals are eaten by birds of prey, snakes, foxes, coyotes, weasels, trout, and more.
Yeah.
Though one of their greatest threats is tooth wear.
Huh.
Shrews lose their baby teeth before they're even born.
Wow.
So they only get one set to use throughout their entire lives.
Crazy mammals.
Many die due to starvation because they simply can't use their worn-down teeth.
Yowza.
Shrews live life in the fast lane. A single shrew can eat more than its body weight in a single day.
Jeez.
If a shrew goes even a few hours without eating, it will die.
Yep.
So they're active during the day and night, and constantly on the move for their next meal.
Yeah.
Even their reproduction is quick. It takes only a few weeks for shrews to reach reproductive maturity.
So there's an interesting thing that I was reading about recently where different animals seem to have different perceptions of time. And that's reflected in their metabolism. It's reflected in how quick their movements are. It's reflected in how quickly they respond to stimulus and stuff like that. And for shrews, it must be extraordinarily fast. You know, if a shrew were sitting here on this desk listening to me talk, it'd be like, get to the point. Why are you taking so long? You know, everything would seem, you know, like it's in slow motion around it. And it's just zipping around all over the place. Its mind's racing. Yeah. Do you know if any tiny mammals were ever found fossilized in amber? Tone Rebellion, I think probably we've got to have some. I think we've got some little mammals in amber. Although mammals during the Mesozoic, during the age of dinosaurs, do tend to be pretty rare. They tend to be very minor components of Mesozoic ecosystems. I bet you we've got some kind of mammal preserved in amber. Somebody can do a search for that. Yeah.
6 weeks for females and 12 for males, depending on the species.
Huh.
They mate and produce multiple litters of 2 to 10 babies each year, with most species slowing their reproduction in colder months. Shrews don't hibernate, but they can enter states of low activity during the coldest parts of the year. Gestation in shrews takes about 20 days, and the young leave their mother's care within a month's time. Most shrews only live about a year, but some
Yeah.
can reach 3 years of age.
Live fast, die young.
Like bats, some shrews are believed to use echolocation to navigate their environment.
Yep.
Supposedly, they also smell foul due to their musk, which some describe as akin to a skunk's scent. For more facts on shrews, check out the links below.
Cool stuff.
Give a thumbs
Lovely
up if you
video
learned
from,
something new today. Thank you to
from
our patrons,
Animalogic.
SpikeSpiegel93, Dad, and everyone else
Yeah.
for their support of this channel.
Good stuff. So anyway, the point that I was making there is that venom is a spectrum. Sometimes it's really basic stuff where, like, you just have kind of caustic saliva that you chew into your prey, like through a wound. And sometimes you've got really advanced venom, like that sea snake, where you actually have hypodermic fangs that you use for injecting venom, and then the venom just instantly knocks out your prey. Instantly immobilized, and you can eat it immediately. So venom is not one thing, it's a whole range, you know? I hope that makes sense. Anywho, shrews are super fascinating animals. And they, I'm kind of surprised that you don't see them, you don't see them more often in documentaries about dinosaurs, you know? You see opossums a lot, as kind of a stand-in for like a Mesozoic mammal. You don't see shrews very often. Even though they are kind of like weirdly alien looking. They seem, I don't know, to use a phrase that I kind of hate, they almost seem prehistoric, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Shakespeare gave them a bad name. I agree, Harry Vetch, yeah, but they're fascinating creatures. They really are. I don't know anybody who studies shrews, but when I meet a mammologist who studies shrews, I will be super eager to talk to her about them because I think shrews are super interesting. I don't know a lot about them, but I know that they're cool and weird, and yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
DNA. Darwin was convinced that traits were passed on from generation to generation, but he didn't understand how.
Yeah, nobody did back then.
We now know that the sequence of the 4 chemical building blocks of DNA determines the traits of all living things.
Yep.
Each generation passes on this text of A's, T's, C's, and G's to its offspring.
What we call Gattacas. Is there anybody watching who's seen the film Gattaca and didn't make the connection that that's where the name comes from? Yeah. There was something like that the other day where there was like, oh, that's why the movie is called that. I should have realized that years ago. But, yeah.
But
There you go,
occasional
Scorch
mistakes
Hellfire, yeah.
in copying, mutations, can result in new traits.
By comparing DNA, we can determine who's most closely related to whom. We can determine when they had a common ancestor, when they diverged from that common ancestor.
Laboratory analysis reveals that DNA from the rainforest hummingbirds differs only very slightly from that of the highland hummingbirds. They must have diverged from a common ancestor relatively recently in the history of life on Earth, about 3 million years ago.
We're examining the genetic material that makes organisms what they are. And written in that DNA is the history of their evolution.
Pretty darn cool. So I don't work on DNA. I don't work on genetic codes. You can talk to people like Balint and Lita about this, and they can tell you more than I can about how you kind of decipher the history of the evolution of an organism based on its genetic code. It's neat stuff.
For all living things are in the same language, the genetic code of DNA.
There you go, Komodish. It is the same code, yeah.
They all evolved in a single tree of life.
How is it that organisms...
So, Komodish was asking about this scene in Jurassic Park. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, let's see here. Not the clever girl scene, but the one in the... There we go. See? Well, I guess I got to unreverse it so that, but yeah, the A's, the C's, the T's, and the G's being projected onto this, I guess he's standing in front of a projector. Yeah, kind of a neat juxtaposition. That's exactly what you're looking at. That's the genetic code, right here.
Offspring. But occasional mistakes in copying, mutations, can result in new traits.
By comparing DNA...
You get the idea.
Single tree of life.
How is it that organisms that are so different can be related?
That's funny.
That we are related to a flat...
T-Rex. Oh yeah, I know T-Rex. Nice.
Darwin emphasized that small changes would accrue every generation.
Yep.
And these changes could build up to amount to enormous changes.
So that's the wild thing, too, is that Darwin didn't know anything about DNA. It hadn't been discovered yet. He didn't know anything about genetics, really. All of the ideas that he came up with, like, they could have all come crashing down with the discovery of DNA and all of that. And yet, they weren't. All of the stuff that he discovered, turns out later it was confirmed by DNA evidence. Which is pretty extraordinary when you think about it, you know?
It's not really hard to understand how major transitions could come about given that life has been around for 3.5 billion years. Darwin really had it right.
Bravo! Come here, Squib. There we are. Well, Emma, you're a remarkably good shot.
Hello, Parker.
Miss Wedgwood?
You've met my cousin, Mr. Darwin, before.
Sir?
He's fast, eh?
Fastest in the county.
You breed him yourself?
I mated him with a bitch who was pretty swift.
Hey,
And how would you breed a fellow like Squib here?
From the runts, I suppose.
How dare you? Squib is quite as nice as any of your rotten dogs.
It's true. It's from the runts and monsters that breeders can produce tailless cats. Or pygmies, like Squib.
I'm not listening to any more of this. Take me back to the house at once and stop saying horrid things.
From wolves to greyhounds. From bulldogs to fellows like Squib. In what? A matter of a few hundred years. I take it you don't find talk of dogs all that interesting.
I can think of more interesting topics of conversation.
Such as?
The novels of Miss Austen.
And what does she have to say about selective breeding?
Nothing, as I recall.
Ah, that's a great pity.
Yeah. No, I'd say Jane Austen probably talks about that a little bit, maybe not in such clinical terms.
Why shouldn't nature produce such differences? These different breeds of dog.
Why should it? What would be the point?
Survival.
In nature, a little poppet like Squib, who was the smallest in her litter, would die. You nearly did die, didn't you?
Yes, that's true, but what about the one with a little more vigor? Or a head start? Because of some peculiarity?
Such as?
A puppy. Born with an extra thick coat in a hot climate would be a monstrosity. But in a cold climate, that would be a good adaptation. That puppy would have an advantage. Got you.
Charles.
Emma?
Let me go.
Not until you've paid the toll.
Which is?
A kiss.
Oh boy.
For me, rather than the dog.
You can make a big dog or a small dog, but you can't produce feathers on a dog.
Uh-oh.
Denied.
Nor can you create organs as miraculous as the heart and the eyes. That can only be the work of God.
Okay, never mind.
Hurry up. It's these blasted ties.
Is that a kissing gate? Says Pat Mather. Apparently. Yeah. Do you have those in the UK still? Is that a thing?
Marry? Not marry. Marry children, if it please God.
Give me that, it's private.
Nonsense, I'm your brother. You've no secrets from me.
Yes, I do. I have secrets from everybody. Give it to me.
Thank you, Garman.
Does anybody else watch stuff like this and go, like, you kind of sometimes find it hard to relate to the main characters? You'd be like, you know, if I was in this story, I'd be the, you know, semi-nameless servant right here who just gets dismissed immediately. It's like, I've had a lot of jobs in my life, and they've almost always been like this, you know? Yeah. Anyhow.
From me. Yes, I do. I have secrets from everybody. Give it to me.
Thank you, Garman.
You know, salute to the Garmins of the world. Yeah. Garmins of the world, rise up.
Constant companion and friend in old age.
Just be an aristocrat instead, says Insafan. Why didn't I think of that?
Object to be loved and played with better than a dog, anyhow. You old romantic.
Well, it's intolerable to think of oneself spending one's life like a neuter bee, working.
And all this is a response to your trip to Cousin Emma's?
Not necessarily.
Well, you don't know anyone else. No, it's true. Your collection won't be complete without that most interesting specimen in the whole series of vertebrate mammals.
And why haven't you married, if it's such an enviable state?
Oh, I'm too lazy to take on anything requiring as much effort as a wife and family. But you're the marrying kind.
And Tone Rebellion, this is true. Believe me. The number of times that I don't know, like when I was in college, like going to school, number of times that I envied classmates who could just spend all their time studying if they wanted to, and they didn't have to go work a full-time job at the same time that they're in school and stuff like that, must be nice, you know?
Good Lord, what's that?
We're being mobbed. They probably think we're poor law commissioners.
Why would they think that?
It's enough that we're top-hatted toffs in a smart carriage and they're scavenging on rubbish heaps, starving to death. Too many people, not enough food.
Thank God we...
It's not too many people and not enough food. It's some people are hoarding the food. That's the issue.
We'll always have food on our plates.
Speaking of which, I think I'll have the turbot in the white sauce.
Cabbage, sprout, cauliflower. All bred from the same ancestor. Cabbage, the leaves. Sprouts, the side buds. Cauliflower, the flower head.
There you go, Lenina, yeah.
Monstrously
Since
in
longer ago than this.
Sitting opposite me is that strange creature, Homo thesis. Half man, half theory.
A word of advice. In my entire life, I have known only 3 women who were skeptics, and 2 of them were not permitted in polite society. Keep your theory from Emma. It's too late.
I told her. Well, sort of. Not a theory. I don't have a theory.
There you go, Harry. Yeah, is that right?
Thoughts.
That figure?
How did she take it?
Oh, man.
She asked me to read her favorite part of the New Testament. Our Saviour's farewell to his disciples.
You see what I mean?
I am the vine, and ye are the branches. If man abide not in me...
To be cast off into the fire, right? Is that how it goes?
Wilberforce's ears have pricked up.
If man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch, and is withered. And men shall gather them, and they shall be cast into the fire, and they are burned.
And how is your soul?
What?
Your fish.
Delicious.
I understand your carriage was stoned on the way here tonight.
Well, we're meeting the threat on the streets head on.
Oh, yes?
We're drilling with the Honourable Artillery Company.
Gentlemen volunteers.
In the event of riots, we will back the police.
Every man, as long as he obeys the law of the land, should be free to pursue his own interest in his own way.
Yes, of course.
Charge what he likes for bread or anything else for that matter. Laissez-faire.
That was a good
Let
pun,
individuals compete and struggle for their advantages. Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Murph. Yeah. Is this sparking some Revolutionary War feelings in you, Murph? Yeah.
Whenever I can't sleep, I reach for Malthus. Or as I prefer to think of him, the Reverend T.R. Morpheus. Still warm. 2 brandies.
Yes, sir.
The natural tendency of mankind is to reproduce. Humans can double their numbers every 25 years.
But they don't. A struggle for resources slows growth, and death and disease, war and famine check the population. I know the argument.
Yes, but don't you see exactly the same struggle takes place throughout nature? I don't know why I didn't make the connection before. Why are we not overrun with insects and frogs? Well, given the rate at which they reproduce, the number of eggs produced by each and every female.
Nature's broom sweeps away the ugly ducklings, the runts.
Yes, but it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Sometimes it's the ugly ducklings that are better adapted to the situations of life. They have longer legs and can run faster. They have bigger beaks that can crack harder nuts and seeds in harsh winters. They survive, have more offspring. Nature selects them to pass on their traits to future generations.
And where do we fit in?
Well, the sun does not revolve around the earth. Nature does not revolve around man. Man must fall into nature's cauldron. He's no deity, no exception. Once you accept that species can pass into one another, the whole fabric totters and falls.
They'll burn you at the stake for this.
Yes.
But now you have a theory. So I said, don't come down the ladder, Mother. I've taken it away. Good evening.
Darwin's work began with the observation that individuals differ from each other. And these minute differences, Darwin believed, might be advantageous. It might give each individual an edge when it came to getting food or finding a place to survive in nature.
Darwin realized that in nature, individual organisms compete for limited resources. Those with some kind of advantage, in coloration, for example, or in speed, or in vision, are more likely to survive and reproduce, and pass on these advantages to their offspring. Those who are less fit will not succeed. Darwin called it natural selection, because the forces of nature select which organisms will survive.
The survivors will be those whose variation fortuitously adapts them better to changing local environments. And then because they pass on those traits to their offspring, the population changes. That's natural selection. That's all it is. It's not a principle of progress. It's just a principle of local adaptation. You don't make better creatures in any cosmic sense. You make creatures that are better suited to the changing climates of their local habitats. That's it.
Yep. And Crimson Carnotaurus talks a little bit about this here. Yeah. Yeah, even certain groups of people that have like adapted to living in certain conditions for a long time might have some biological adaptations there, but honestly, in humans, those adaptations are usually far less pronounced than they are in other kinds of animals. Given that we generally have a tendency to change our environments to suit ourselves. So there's usually not as much pressure for us to actually change bodily, you know? Does that make sense? But, yeah. Yeah, and selective pressures on humans are usually not nearly as severe as they are in creatures that don't have, like, technology, you know?
Darwin couldn't actually see natural selection acting in real time.
And Lilithobo says, if we didn't live so long, could we evolve faster, like the bugs? It's not a matter of living long, necessarily. It's, well, I get, maybe it kind of is in a way. But it's having shorter generational times. So again, things like bacteria here, which you're about to see, they reproduce extraordinarily quickly. Like generational times might just be a few hours. Whereas humans, you know, it'll be years and years before we can start having offspring. And then it's years before they can start having offspring. So the generational times are really long. And evolution happens between generations. Individual creatures do not evolve. That's not what evolution is. Evolution is change over generations. So creatures that reproduce very quickly can evolve much faster than creatures that don't, you know? An elephant that, you know, an elephant might be pregnant for 18 months. Really long pregnancy, the elephant might have to be, I don't know, 10 years old or something like that before it can start reproducing. And then every time it has a baby, it's like another 18 months investment. Elephants don't evolve very quickly. But they can still adapt to their environments really well and adapt to changing conditions because elephants are really flexible in their behaviors, you know? They can travel great distances to find more food. They can knock down trees. They shape their habitat. They can dig for water and stuff. So they found other ways of adapting to their environments that don't require fast evolution, you know? So yeah. Yeah.
But today,
they're smart. Yeah,
scientists
Murph,
can,
yeah.
by observing the evolution of HIV, the
Oh,
virus
yeah.
that causes
Shoot.
AIDS. Jeff Gustafson has been infected with HIV for over a decade. He takes a host of medications, but to
So,
little avail.
I like these
The
little
virus
vignettes
keeps
because
adapting, evolving into new strains that evade the drugs.
they show why evolution is relevant to your everyday
It's a
life.
feeling that all you have to do is take your medicine and you'll be okay, and that really isn't the case. You know, HIV has the capacity to evolve no matter what you give it.
So this came out, I don't know how many years ago. This is probably, I'm guessing, around 2009. This is probably for like the 200th birthday of old Chuck E.D. There are apparently much more effective HIV medications nowadays, thank goodness. Because this is a serious problem and there's a lot of people working on it.
There are 19 HIV drugs on the market today, and of those 19, I've already been through 14 of them.
Oh boy.
Clarence Johnson, too, is locked in a daily struggle against the rapidly evolving virus.
Sometimes I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle. I haven't given up yet, but there have been times that I just want to just lay down and give up. But I can't leave my family behind.
Crimson Carnotaurus says, didn't funding for that get frozen? Research funding. Things are bad here in the U.S. Yeah, there's a lot of science that is being actively defunded, and the National Institutes of Health, which does a tremendous amount of funding of medical research, that was effectively shut down, at least temporarily. There are various courts that are suing to basically bring it back online, as I understand it. I don't know what the current status is, but it's scary. You know, it's bad, and a lot of people are going to die because of this. But yeah.
Clarence Johnson's doctor, Michael Sagg, has seen HIV evolve into new varieties over the last dozen years. The virus is constantly changing, subject to the forces of natural selection in the environment of a patient's body.
Charlie's Dragon says it's like burning down the house because there might be a few bad shingles on the roof. Now are we going to sleep tonight? No, it's not even that. It's you know, someone coming and burning down your house because they own a hotel down the street and they want you to stay there so they can take your money. That's what's going on right now with defunding all of these research programs and defunding these federal agencies. The people who are doing this are seeking to profit from it. They know that they can get richer by destroying these government programs, because then people have to turn to private alternatives, and these people own those private companies and make money off of them. That's really what's going on.
Imagine we didn't have the concept of evolution, and we started giving drugs to patients that in the test tube looked great, and all of a sudden the virus starts coming back and it's not susceptible to the drugs anymore. What a mystery. How in the world did that happen? There's only one way that it happened: through evolution.
Yep.
Once inside a patient's white blood cells, HIV replicates at an alarming rate. Billions of new viruses are spawned every day. And each time it reproduces, random genetic copying mistakes, mutations, result in slightly different varieties of the virus bursting forth into the bloodstream.
Yeah.
Some of these new varieties, just by chance, will have traits that make them resistant to certain drugs. So when drugs enter the bloodstream, natural selection favors the drug-resistant forms. They survive and reproduce. Before long, drug-resistant viruses dominate in the patient's body.
Evolution seems pretty easy to understand when we look at big animals. We can kind of see it in a sense. But that's evolution that took centuries to develop. When you're talking about something like a virus that you can't see in everyday life, it's hard to imagine how it changes. In the case of HIV, we're talking about minutes to hours to move from one species to another. Yeah. It's mind-boggling in terms of the speed with which HIV can replicate.
Clarence?
How are you feeling overall?
I'm doing okay. Great, doing okay today.
Every time I see a patient, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, what is the virus doing in the environment of that patient? The virus is producing itself on the order of billions of copies a day. Those few that happen to be able to work in the presence of drug say, hey, this is my chance, and they emerge. So it creates the appearance that the virus has thought this through, but in fact, it's just a matter of chance. It's a matter of a virus being there that's not susceptible to the drugs, it emerges, and the virus begins to win the war.
That's natural selection. You know?
That's just
so in this case, those particular mutations of the virus that are resistant to the certain drugs that you're using to try and treat it, like, you know, the drugs are suppressing the virus except for those few mutations, and those emerge, and those can go nuts because the medication doesn't affect them. Do you see the parallel between that and natural selection? Like with, for instance, those mantises that look like leaves, you know? Does that make sense?
What happened to Jeff Gustafson?
Hey, Finder Keeper, welcome.
Each time he tried a new drug, the virus evolved to resist it. Even a cocktail of multiple drugs made little difference.
Here's this puny little virus that doesn't have a brain, and yet it can outwit some of the top scientists in the world. All the virus has going for it is it can't copy itself too well. I mean, that's pretty awe-inspiring and scary.
Yeah. So again, it's the imperfection of the copies that allow for evolution. You know? Like, the next generation is going to be a little bit different. At least some of those copies aren't going to be perfect. There's mutations that arise, and that's what allows for this gradual change over time, you know? The copies being a little bit different sometimes.
All that happens in evolution, at least under Darwinian natural selection, is that organisms are struggling in some metaphorical and unconscious sense for reproductive success, however it happens.
The process of natural selection feeds on randomness, it feeds on accident and contingency, and it gradually improves the fit between whatever organisms there are and the environment in which they're being selected. But there's no predictability about what particular accidents are going to be exploited in this process.
Yep.
For millions of HIV patients, evolution is the enemy. If only there were a way to take advantage of natural selection, to make it work in a patient's favor. In 1997, at Goethe University in Frankfurt, Germany, a researcher may have discovered such a way, quite accidentally.
We had a patient, and even though he was being treated with 5 drugs, his virus replication could not be controlled. And at the same time, he was suffering from a lot of side effects of the medications.
Hope he tells me you're one of these archaeologists fellas.
Bag of silly.
Mark, actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Bag of silly.
Bag of Silly and their 14 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
How are you doing, Silly? I hope you had an excellent stream. It's great to have you here. Welcome, welcome. We are celebrating Darwin Day today because it was 216 years ago today. Little old Chucky D was born. So we're talking about why his discovery of evolution by natural selection was so important, the impacts that it had upon society back then and today too, and how understanding evolution really is the key to understanding the history of life on Earth and understanding our own place in the world and everything else. And so here's a lovely documentary that we're watching with like historical reenactments of various, you know, like kind of a point in Darwin's life when he's coming up with this idea. And then there's little interludes with like, why is this relevant to today? This is talking about natural selection in the context of medicine and treating HIV. It's really, really important to understand natural selection and evolution if you want to fight horrible diseases like HIV.
5 drugs. His virus replication could not be
Anyway,
controlled.
Silly, I hope you had a good stream. It's
And
good to have you
At the same time,
here.
he was suffering from a lot of side effects of the medications. So at that point, he asked his physician if it wouldn't make sense to just stop taking the drugs for a while, since he was really having nothing much from them other than the toxicities he was experiencing.
Darwin was brat. Incredibly.
After
I don't know if he was brat, but he was very, was it demure? Some kids say now. He was a timid guy. Darwin was a scaredy cat in a lot of ways, and you'll be seeing that
3
as we
months
continue.
off drugs, the patient's virus population was tested for drug resistance. Dr. Miller could not believe the results.
At first, I
Very
thought
demure,
a
very
mistake had
mindful.
happened because
Too mindful.
the lab that did the resistance test was not able to detect any resistance whatsoever in this virus population. We sent a
Anywho, if any of you are not yet following Bag of Silly, she does a lot of games on stream. She talks about birds and stuff. She's got some pretty wild bird emotes, and you might want to subscribe to her to get hold of those. Can we see some of those bird emotes in the chat, perhaps? But anyway, Silly, I really appreciate the raid. Thanks for being a friend of the stream. I appreciate you, Silly. I really do.
second sample, and this result was confirmed. Within a matter of 3 months, his virus population had changed completely from being resistant to every single drug to appearing to be susceptible to every single
Actually,
drug
is hilarious.
that we
She really
currently
is.
have.
Here's what had happened. With drugs present in the patient's bloodstream, only the drug-resistant strains of the virus could replicate. But some of the non-resistant virus, the wild type, still lingered in the white blood cells. When the patient stopped taking drugs, the environment changed, and the wild type came back. It replicated extremely rapidly, and soon outnumbered the drug-resistant strains. In Darwinian terms, the wild-type virus was more fit in this drug-free environment. Dr. Miller's findings have led to a new experimental treatment strategy.
Yeah, you kind of
Take
shake
a
up
patient
the...
off drugs for a time.
Yeah.
And if the virus reverts to the non-resistant wild type, hit it hard with a combination of drugs.
Clarence. How are you?
Doing fine. How are you doing?
Good to see you. So, the concept of a treatment interruption is a new strategy that we might be able to apply in Clarence's case, but we just got to make sure that we aren't putting him at too much risk if we choose that route. So one of the options is to take all the drugs away for a while, let the virus spring back into its natural state of not having any mutations, and then pounce on it again with the regimen. And it might even be the same regimen that we used before.
Okay.
How's that sound? On first blush, the evolution back to wild type would seem to be a great thing. The drugs all of a sudden can work again, but it's a double-edged sword. As the virus goes back to wild type, it becomes more dangerous for the host. It's a much more effective killer of cells. And so we have to find a way to balance those two things out.
Jeff Gustafson is also beginning a treatment interruption, despite the risks.
I feel like I've played all the cards that I have in my hand with the medicines that are available. I feel like it's worth the risk to try and take another card or a different strategy and just stop taking medicine altogether and hope that the next
Harry,
time
things
that
have
I do
improved a
go
lot
on
since
medicine,
then.
that will actually work.
Again, this is from about 2009, I think.
After 5 weeks off drugs, Clarence Johnson is enjoying being free.
Maybe
at
even
least
earlier,
temporarily, from their debilitating effects. If the wild-type virus is staging a comeback, it doesn't yet appear to be affecting his immune system.
We took a bit of a gamble. I think so far, you know, it's paid off. And the virus has gone from being resistant to certain drugs, and now that population has shifted so that now they're susceptible again. Now, what I hope for Clarence is that we can find the right course, find a way to stretch his survival out even further so that he's healthy and happy until the next new approach to treatment is able to get him to a point where he can live to 80.
Got to be
My
earlier. It
greatest
probably
hope
is kettle cooked,
that
yeah.
when I do go back on medications, those drugs will bring my viral load down to an undetectable amount.
The clothes look very
I don't
early
know what it feels
2000s,
like to be
too.
undetectable, so that would be a great experience.
6 weeks into his treatment interruption, Jeff Gustafson's virus also has changed to the drug-susceptible wild type. He's now on a new course of medication and responding well.
From day one of this epidemic, we were put into a race with HIV. Over the last decade or so, we've been catching up. We've learned a lot about it. We've scouted out the enemy. We've learned how it replicates. We learned how it tries to survive. We learned how it evolves. And we're now taking those principles that we've learned and applying them to putting the brakes on the virus in this race.
And back to Darwin, 1844.
Well, to me, pass no, that. The end needs to be more acute. More acute. Well, let's see if it works. And open. Good God! Raz! What a horrible shot!
Thought I'd surprise you.
Welcome to Down House.
When is the moat to be done?
When the drawbridge is in place.
Were you trying to keep out, Charlie?
Everyone, especially you.
Raz, what a wonderful surprise.
My dear, what a journey.
It's not far.
And nature abhors a journey of 16 miles almost as much as a vacuum. Hello, Annie.
Mandy's tea.
And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and off you go. I've thought of a new name for the village.
Oh, yes?
Down in the mouth.
If you speak, I can find you really easily.
Shh. How's your work progressing?
Well, I sent the manuscript off to be copied. No idea what I'm going to do with it when it comes back.
Everyone, be quiet.
Are we glad we're not blind? If you're blind, you can't see the sky
Or
or
the
the flowers.
Or anything else for that matter.
I can get in here any time I want.
Well, go on then.
Yes, we feel sorry for moles, don't we?
Moles don't need to be able to see because they live underground. That's why their eyes have got smaller and smaller and smaller. And owls have got bigger and bigger.
I can't play. Everyone's talking about eyes all the time.
Oh, William! You going to talk to William, Come on. Go on, Brody.
William!
William, wait for us.
She'll soon talk him round. She has the knack.
You look pale.
My stomach rejects food. I'm not strong anymore. I'll never achieve anything in science now.
What rot. You're coming back to London with me.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I'm not letting you stagnate down here while your rivals make all the progress. You must visit your publisher.
You don't understand, Raz. Even when I talk about my theory with you, I feel like I'm confessing a murder. No, I can't publish.
Well, you're coming back to London with me, Charlie, whether you like it or not. If only to remind the opposition you're still alive and kicking.
Take care and make sure you get plenty of rest. Erasmus, he's not to spend all night at the club with you.
No, Mother.
I mean it, or he'll be utterly done for the next day.
Yes, Mother. Don't worry. It'll do him good. Come on. Your sloth awaits you, sir.
Why is he the same age? Very, very funny, Harry Vetch. That's Darwin's wife, who's all... You should really be asking, why is Darwin's wife also Darwin's cousin? Because she was. Emma Wedgwood was his second cousin, I think. But when you're a member of the, English aristocracy, marrying your cousin was apparently very common. Ooh.
Magnificent piece.
Megatherium.
My word. Owen's done a remarkable job.
He really is a splendid specimen.
Yes, I thought you'd be pleased. Come through.
I like how Owen just appears. He's honestly kind of a creep.
See what I've been working on. The chimpanzee, being the highest organized four-handed ape, every difference between its anatomy and a human's is instructive.
I've been
For
studying...
example, the irrational ape has dog-like canines, used as weapons of destruction, quite unlike the masters of the animal kingdom.
Yes, though...
And the human foot is of decisive taxonomic value. Our feet are made for walking upon, our hands for grasping. This brute has its hands and feet made to answer nearly the same purpose.
Well, there's a striking similarity
I'm
between
writing a
the
book on the
hands
subject.
My brother is working on a new book, too.
Come here. Let me show you what I mean.
All the same pattern. The bone structure in the hands and feet are all nearly identical.
The blueprint, if you will, that existed first in the creator's mind.
Of that, there can be no doubt.
So this is actually really interesting, and this goes with a clip that I've shown many times. I will show again right now. So Richard Owen, he helped discover this idea of homology. He didn't quite understand how it worked, why it was the way that it was. But, he did start to point it out.
It clearly has deep roots in the past. And you can see evidence of that in the bones of modern creatures. More than 150 years ago, scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of four-legged animals. Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery. And so people were coming back to London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Yep.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme. It was as if the same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform different functions. Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone, two bones, little bones, and then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes. And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has one bone, two bones, lots of bones,
carpals,
and digits.
And phalanges, and metacarpals.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours. And what was utterly surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today has this fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers.
Yep.
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin, which basically said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
So they all inherited it from their common ancestor. It's an evolutionary hand-me-down. So Owen didn't think that this happened. In fact, he was really opposed to this idea, and I think he kind of... I don't know if he knows at this point in the story that Darwin is thinking this, but Owen was very opposed to that idea. And so... yeah, Darwin is that friend who's like, cool story, but I wasn't listening because I wanted to talk about my special interest. That's not quite what's going on here in Mike. It's more like Owen is trying to preempt Darwin. He knows what Darwin is thinking here. That's the idea of trying to be portrayed here. I don't know if it's true, but that's what the storytellers are trying to get across here, is that Owen's kind of doing that to Darwin. Where Owen's like, I know you've got these ideas about common descent and natural selection and evolution, but what's really going on is a divine plan, and let me spell it out for you. That's what Owen is saying.
See what I've been working on. The chimpanzee, being the highest organized four-handed ape, every difference between its anatomy and a human's is instructive.
I've been studying...
For example, the irrational ape has dog-like canines, used as weapons of destruction, quite unlike the masters of the animal kingdom.
Yes, though...
And the human foot is of decisive taxonomic value. Our feet are made for walking upon, our hands for grasping. This brute has its hands and feet made to answer nearly the same purpose.
Well, that's a
So, excuse me. What Owen is doing here is going, look at this chimpanzee. I know you think, Darwin, it looks very human. I know you're seeing the similarities. I'm focusing on the differences. So different from us. Can't possibly be related, is what Owen is saying. And of course he's wrong. And I think deep down he knew that he was wrong. I mean, how can you not see the similarities? But he was afraid of the implications.
I'm writing a book on the subject.
My brother is working on a new book, too.
Come here, let me show you what I mean.
So here's that homology diagram like we saw in the other clip.
All the same pattern. The bone structure in the hands and feet are all nearly identical.
Yep.
The blueprint, if you will, that existed first in the creator's mind.
Of that, there can be no doubt.
Utter tosh. The similarity of structure indicates one thing and one thing only. An ancient...
Lilith Hobo says maybe he didn't want to see his friend burnt at the stake. That's an idea, but it doesn't seem to be borne out by what we know about these guys. In a lot of ways, Owen, it seems like he really kind of hated Darwin. If he could have somehow had him burned at the stake and, you know, not been blamed for it, maybe he would have. Like, I don't know, Owen could be ruthless.
Common ancestor. Real flesh and blood parents.
Why didn't you say so then? You must publish your ideas, if only to establish your priorities.
Tosh, I agree. Kindred Soul. Great name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
What is it?
I've completed a sketch of my species theory. I believe it's a considerable step in science. If anything should happen to me,
What do you mean?
if I should die,
Die, Charles, for goodness sake.
please, my love, it's important. If anything should happen to me, I'd like you to see to it that it gets published. £400 should be enough to see it printed and promoted.
Nothing's going to happen.
Murph, thank you for gifting Kindred Soul.
Murph gifted a tier
Appreciate
1
that,
sub
Murph.
to Kindred_Soul.
Welcome, Kindred. It's good to have you here. Toner Rebellion. What's the song there? what's the melody there? Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Oh, we got a hype train incoming. Beautiful. Excellent.
Happened to you? You say here that the human eye may possibly...
And I wonder what would have realistically happened to Darwin at the time for publishing. Harry, if you're interested in that, this book actually really kind of helps outline what did some other kind of iconoclastic thinkers have to endure before Darwin. And I don't know, there were some clergymen who actually proposed that, like, hey, maybe certain parts of the Bible shouldn't be read in an absolute literal way. And some of these people were, like, kicked out of their jobs and put in prison for a while. There was a chance that that could have happened to Darwin, you know? If the wrong people got mad at him, he could have been imprisoned. You know, there's a long history of people who devote their lives to the study of a certain thing. People like Galileo, for instance, being locked up for making scientific discoveries and not recanting them when they're confronted by, you know, the religious rulers of the day. It's a long history of that. In many ways, Darwin was kind of the perfect guy to make these discoveries about natural selection and evolution, because he was kind of timid and people recognized him as a nice guy. People recognized him as being intellectually brilliant. He was able to make these discoveries, but he was also a member of the aristocracy. He was landed gentry. He was a member of the upper class. And so there was real privilege and safety that came with that, too, that wouldn't have been afforded to, say, if a person of the working class had made these discoveries. Yeah, does that make sense? Darwin also had real standing in society. He was well regarded as an excellent naturalist, you know, a careful scholar. People really respected him before he came out with these ideas. And even though he was really well respected, he was still really scared to publish these ideas about how species change over time, you know? Yeah.
Have been acquired by gradual selection of
And Harry,
slight, but
that's
in
true
each
too.
case useful deviations.
Yes?
That's a very great assumption, Charles.
Well, if I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong about everything. My entire theory's in ruins.
Can your theory account for the way my eyes and ears and hands and heart combine to reproduce the sounds that Chopin heard in his head? Isn't that a God-given gift?
Well, it's given, but not, I think, by God.
You're a man of science. You don't want to believe anything until it's proved. But some things are beyond proof. It would be a nightmare to me if I thought we didn't belong to each other forever in heaven.
Emma was a sincere believer in the Christian plan of salvation, and that those who trusted in Jesus and his resurrection from the dead would spend eternity in heaven. She saw that her husband's speculations about the origins of species and of humanity would jeopardize the Christian plan of salvation. God was being made remote in her husband's universe.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Abnocto Cyberstalker, thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. And Sup37 Ninja, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow.
If nature, by itself, unaided by God, could make an eye, then what else couldn't nature do? Nature could do anything. It could make everything.
On the other side of that, though, I mean, this is the classic, like, God of the gaps argument. You know? It's like, if your religious faith requires you to believe that anything that happens in nature is the direct result of something supernatural, if your faith requires you to believe that the gods send down rain, then when you discover where rain actually comes from, when you discover the water cycle, evaporation, clouds, condensation, precipitation, well, then you've just disproven that deity, you know? That's the thing, is that for religious beliefs to actually be strong and stand the test of time, they can't be trivial. They can't be small. You can't make your God small. Because if you do, you know, reality will just go like this with them, you know? It's got to be something bigger and deeper than that. It's my takeaway from this, you know? Yeah.
In Darwin's day, the very existence of an organ of extreme perfection like the eye was taken by many as proof of God, as proof of a designer. How else could all of the intricate organs and substructures of the eye have come together in just the right way to make vision so possible and so perfect? But it turns out the eye isn't exactly perfect after all.
No,
in
it's
fact,
not.
the eye contains profound optical imperfections, and those imperfections are proof, in a sense, of the evolutionary ancestry of the eye.
There you go, Finder Keeper. Yeah. Yeah.
Eyes are imperfect because evolution does not create things the way a designer or an artist does.
Nope.
Natural selection simply favors random changes that make an organism more fit to survive. And imperfections in design often result from evolution's constant tinkering. One such imperfection proved traumatic for artist Valerie Young.
We had just come home from a party, and I saw a lot of lights flashing inside my eye, especially on the outside edge of the right eye. And I thought we may be in trouble here. And it took me a while to really see that this was coming from inside my eye. Luckily, my husband was with me because I wouldn't have been able to drive to the hospital. So my vision was pretty obscured. The only way I can describe it is like a jellyfish with lots of little bubbles in it. And it just kept turning and floating in front of my eyes.
Hang on, I want to make something clear too when we're talking about stuff like this. This is, I don't know, if you're coming here into the chat to try and just like bash the very idea of religion, I'd ask that you save it for maybe someplace else. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to disparage anybody's particular religious faith or anything like that. What we're talking about is science. And there are lots and lots of religious folks around the world, many of them here in this chat too, I'm sure, who don't need that kind of disparagement. And I don't know, I'm just not interested in doing that, you know? If someone doesn't have a problem with observable reality, then I've got no problem with them, you know? I'm talking about people like Ken Miller, for instance. This guy we just saw on screen a couple seconds ago. He is an accomplished biologist. He's written one of the most widely used textbooks, widely used and high quality and widely respected textbooks on biology you can get anywhere. He's a devout Catholic and an excellent biologist. I think he provides an excellent example that someone can have sincere religious faith, and that doesn't have to be in conflict with, you know, things like science and observable reality. I think they might get to that a little bit here. Where was that? Well, maybe not. But I can show you another clip where he, yeah, we'll get to it. But yeah. So, I don't know, just let's be cool, shall we? Yeah. My job here is science outreach. Communicating scientific ideas to anybody who will listen, trying to get them jazzed about science. I'm not here to needlessly slaughter any sacred cows, you know? I like cows. I'm a vegetarian. I'm not here to sling mud or call anybody names or anything like that. If people have a sincerely held, earnest faith, and it doesn't get in the way of them being productive members of society and supporting science and helping us uncover the mysteries of the universe, help us discover what it's all about, then I've got no problem with them, you know? But yeah, let's continue. Where were we? Just over here. So,
Missing patches of brain
hospital
tissue in our ancient ancestors.
For an eye issue here.
In the human embryo, eyes develop from bulges in the brain's
profane
neural
cows.
tube
There you go,
that
200 billion.
congeal
Yeah,
to
the
form
more profane, the better.
This top layer, the retina, which tore in Valerie Young's eye, contains cells that collect light. It rests against a second, darker layer that lines the back of the eye. But
Yeah.
the two layers are not attached to one another. And when the jelly that fills the eye liquefies as we age, it can cause the retina to tear.
Yeah. Has anybody in chat ever had a detached retina or retinal tear or anything like this? My mom's sister, my Auntie Kathy, I think had a similar issue a few years ago, and yeah, it was not great.
Jelly can then seep into the space underneath, leading to a retinal detachment and, in some cases, blindness.
Oof.
When Valerie Young came in, her floaters were an immediate clue that she could have a retinal tear. we were able to successfully apply laser treatment in the office that day to seal it off, like applying sandbags around something, to wall it off so that the vitreous jelly would not get in the break and detach her retina.
Valerie Young's retinal tear is just one example of imperfections in the design of human eyes.
Yep.
Another occurs because nerve cells and blood vessels evolved to lie in front of the retina, where
Not
they
behind it,
interfere
yeah.
with its ability to form sharp images. It's like trying to take a picture through a foggy piece of glass. And the optic nerve itself evolved to connect to the brain through a hole in the retina. So the eyes of all vertebrates have a small blind spot, right near the middle of the visual field.
Evolution starts with what's already there, tinkers with it, and modifies it, but can never do a grand redesign. So even the eye, with all of its optical perfection, has clues to the fact that its origin is of the blind process of natural selection.
Darwin believed that what he called an organ of extreme complexity, like the eye, could evolve by small steps, given enough time. Any trait that improved vision would aid in the search for food, or a mate, or in the avoidance of predators. So natural selection would most certainly favor those traits.
And what Darwin was able to do was to point out that you might think in logic that it's difficult to imagine a set of intermediary stages between the simplest little spot of nerve cells that can perceive light to a lens-forming eye that makes complex images. But in fact, these intermediary forms do exist in nature.
Yep. Dave Nevius says, the truth of believing in the invisible has nothing to do with our relationship to nature or the unknown. It has everything to do with our relationship to our own rivals. Are you sure about that? What's your evidence there? Yeah, that sounds like a just so story. Believing in the invisible makes it easier to do the logical gymnastics of otherizing people whose stuff you want. Wishful thinking and believing things that aren't true can certainly help you otherize other people, but I wouldn't say that there's a direct, that's where that comes from or anything. Yeah.
At the University of Lund in Sweden, zoologist Dan Erik Nilsson has developed models to show how a primitive eye spot could evolve through intermediate stages to become a complex human-like eye in less than 500,000 years.
Yeah, I've been interested in eye evolution for a long time. I mean, in particular, I've been interested in the question of how long time it would take for an eye to evolve.
Nilsson envisioned a sequence of stages by which a flat patch of light-sensitive cells on an animal's skin could evolve into a camera-type eye. As a first step, nature would favor any changes that made the flat patch more cup-like.
As soon as you've created even the slight...
Kenny says, imagine if we could have night vision. Our ancestors did. During the Mesozoic, most mammals were either nocturnal or lived mostly underground or both. And so that's one of the reasons why most mammals today are colorblind, is because they favored having rods, the light-sensitive cells, over cones, color-sensitive cells. And so our Mesozoic ancestors, our ancestors during the age of dinosaurs, little shrew-like mammals, they would have had far better night vision than we today have. In fact, most mammals today have better night vision than we do. Yeah. Not night vision like, you know, like the headset thing in Jurassic Park. You know? You know. Not like these, but where everything's like green, you know? But, you know, just much better perception at night, like much better visual acuity in low light conditions. So yeah. There you go, Lilliput. Did I make that joke yesterday? Is it heavy? Yeah. Then it's expensive. Put it down. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow.
Slightest depression in the center means that the edges of the cup will actually shade light from parts of the environment. And of course, all the light-sensitive cells in this little cup, they won't measure light in exactly the same direction. So already this cup has some pictorial information.
Another model demonstrates what a primitive cup eye can do.
Oh, this is really cool.
Lighted skulls cast an image onto a translucent screen Nielsen installs at the back of the cup to act like a retina.
This is so cool.
But the image is not at all well defined. The cup eye can do little more than detect movement. This kind of eye can be found in nature today, in flatworms. Their eyes evolved no further. In their environment, that's all they needed.
But if the animals need to move faster or evolve to become fast predators or to see other fast predators, then the construction needs to be improved. And one way of doing that is to constrict the opening.
Yep,
to make it
a pinhole. Like a pinhole camera.
That's just what happened to creatures like the chambered nautilus. Over thousands of generations, natural selection favored those with slightly more constricted eye openings, which focus light more sharply. This worked well, up to a point.
So yeah, chambered nautilus, really interesting creature.
Since this...
In fact, oh my goodness, I think we have, do we have a special guest, chambered nautilus, right here in the office with us? Holy cow. Look at this. Wow. And there is that eye. My goodness. Look at that. Wow. How lucky are we to have a nautilus right here in the office with us? Suddenly Nautilus. Yes, indeed, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. What's that? You've got to go? You've got a very important appointment to attend? Well, you better be on your way then, but thank you so much for showing up just at the right time here. I see you looking at me with those little pinhole camera eyes. You better skedaddle. All right, okay. Goodbye. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a chambered nautilus. Wow. Very, very cool. Well, let's continue with our video. I want to be able to finish this before the stream's over. There we go.
Strategy of making a sharp image also has the drawback of creating a very dim image. It's not very popular in the animal kingdom. And there is an alternative solution, which has become very popular in the animal kingdom, the solution that we use in our own eyes. And that is to put in a lens.
Yeah.
Nielsen's model lens uses 2 thin layers of clear plastic. He can inject water in between them to make the plastic windows bulge out like a convex lens.
Cool.
This mimics what natural selection might have done over a few 100,000 generations, favoring animals with a rounded, transparent layer in their eyes that cause light to be focused more sharply on the retina.
So we can make it gradually from no lens at all and just continue to inject more water, making the lenses bulge more and more, and the image becomes gradually sharper and sharper.
Very cool.
that we can go all the way gradually in very small steps from a simple pigment cup eye, which has barely got the ability to determine the direction of a light source, all the way to a complete camera type eye of the same type as we have ourselves.
Pretty neat.
And that is really exactly the way eye evolution must proceed.
The extreme complexity of the eye left Darwin in a cold sweat, he wrote to a friend. But still, he was convinced that an eye could be formed by natural selection.
And he was right.
He later wrote that eyes must have evolved by numerous gradations from an imperfect and simple eye to one perfect and complex, with each grade being useful to its possessor.
Yep.
Nature, unaided by a designer, could produce an organ of seemingly miraculous complexity.
Neat stuff. And he says the evolution of the eye is amazing, but what about the changes in the brain to interpret the new data? What comes first? They arise at the same time. Yeah, one doesn't have to come before the other. These are changes that occur simultaneously. That's why it works, you know? We as human beings, when we're first born, the world looks upside down to us. Like, because the image from our eyes has to be flipped. So, like you see right here, how this is upside down. So lenses like this, they naturally flip an image. So when a baby is born, your brain actually, like, the baby's brain has to take a while to learn to flip all of the images. And it just becomes completely unconscious to us, you know? It's just done automatically in a way that we don't even perceive anymore because we've been doing it for years and years. You and I, you looking at me right now, the like raw image that's coming into your eye that's being like taken into your optic nerves, that's upside down, you know? I should look like this right now, you know? But your brain is switching that. And you can do experiments where, like, you look at something that's upside down. Like, if you wear glasses that flip the image so that everything looks like it's upside down, eventually you wear that long enough and your brain will automatically flip it. The brain is an amazing organ. It does all kinds of wild stuff like that. So, it's pretty cool to think about. How do we know that, though? Says Cat. Well, here. Oh, shoot. No. Gosh darn it. I'm going to have to find that same spot again. There we go. Let's see here. This should be nice and short.
The architecture of a normal human eye, when relaxed, is close to spherical. The cornea focuses most of the light entering the eye, which then passes through the pupil. The curved structures of the eye allow for smooth rotation and reduced distortions. However, the curved nature of the eye's focal parts also flip the image as it's projected onto the retina at the back of the eye. No worries, however. Your brain turns all the information it receives right side up again, producing the result most of us are familiar with.
So there have been experiments done where, like, you give somebody glasses that flip everything again, and, like, eventually their eyes, or their brain, flips it automatically. So this might talk about that. Let's see here.
For another clue to the brain's remarkable adaptability,
Consider Susanna Fines, a London art student who has agreed to undertake a curious experiment.
Now then, Susanna, if I could have a look at these most unusual spectacles on you.
There we go. I think I've
For
seen this
one whole
before.
week, she will see the world upside down,
like decades
inverting
ago.
once again what the lens in the eye does anyway. Our brains correct for this inversion. Now hers will be forced to make yet another correction. Will she be able to make sense of an upside-down world?
Car's going upside down. God, that's really weird.
Jeez.
Because I'm sure I'm holding the cup up.
At home, an hour later, the world is still bewildering.
Got it. It's funny, I just suddenly do it.
She's so intrepid for trying this. Like, kudos to her. Oh, she didn't drive herself there? No. Well, presumably she didn't. It's London.
Oh, dear.
Probably didn't have to drive. Well, there's also a film crew with her. They probably drove her home.
On the third day, Susanna tries to write her name without looking.
No, it's rather difficult to know which end to start.
Mayor Space says, I saw a video where a group of skateboarders are trying to skate with these on. Uh-oh.
What's that? Oh no, it's getting worse and worse. I can read that N, but not the rest of it. Shall I try and write it now so that I can read it all?
Once she looks, she's able to invert the letters completely. Clearly, in 3 days, she's made progress, integrating upside-down seeing with upside-down moving.
There, now I can read that quite easily.
On Susanna's final day, she tries to draw. With a week's practice, she can now sign her name to the drawing right side up while looking. The seeing part of Susanna's very flexible brain has somehow matched the unchanged world to her altered vision.
Very cool.
Right. Well, I've been wearing them for a week, and I'm going to take them off and try and walk across the room. I don't dare do it. It's so terrifying. Ah! Oh, goodness. Ah, it's really extraordinary. Oh, that was my... That is just so incredible. Just to feel everything all around me again. Amazing.
And now, Susanna Fine's brain has managed yet another inversion of the image.
It's an extraordinary feeling.
And this time, it's taken just 1 hour.
And then suddenly I just feel as though nothing ever happened. If you look round, and
Pretty wild.
everything seems completely normal again.
This basic pathway of vision is therefore flexible, plastic. It's ready to help us adapt to a world that changes.
Neat stuff. Anyway, let's get back to old Trek TV. How do they test for babies seeing things upside down for a while? That's a good question, Scorch Hellfire. I'm not totally sure. Yeah. I just know that our brains have to flip those images because our eyeballs perceive everything upside down. So that's like a software thing that's going on. You know, the hardware, our eyeballs, are taking the images in upside down. The software, your brain has got to flip it for you. So it just kind of stands to reason that like babies have to be able to learn how to do that. You know, that's why they, You know, they just don't really seem like they know anything's going. They seem, you know, kind of lost at first because A, everything's new to them, and B, their brain is still learning how to flip everything. I'm talking about like newborns, you know? But yeah.
What a horrid smell.
Annie, come and look. When I first started looking, I thought lots of the barnacles had tiny parasites. That's an animal or plant that lives on another animal or plant, gets its food from it, like mistletoe on an apple tree. But they're not. Do you know what they are?
No.
They're little...
And Mizart Rule says, wait, so that must be a right side brain thing? So brains don't actually work like that, the whole right brain, left brain thing? Like, oh, art is very left brain and logical thought is very right. That's not true. That's not how brains work. That's like a myth. You could ask Rhacodactylus about this. He's actually a cognitive scientist, and he could tell you, you know, in much more accurate and detailed terms than I could. But I'm only vaguely aware that whole like right brain, left brain thing is a myth. Yeah.
Tiny husbands. The females carry little tiny males around with them, clinging to their skirt tails.
There you go, Grudge. Yeah, it's an issue.
Just like me and Mama. I think it's the most interesting barnacle in the whole wide world. What do you think we should call it?
Barnabas.
Barney, for short.
Barney Ickle.
The tiny parasitic males are rudimentary in a way that I believe can hardly be equaled in the whole of the animal kingdom. They have no mouth or stomach. They are really little more than a tiny head atop an enormous coiled penis.
A bit like me, really. Apart from the bit about the mouth and the stomach.
What's funny? Nothing.
Guys, am I right? It's just stealing down now.
Charles, are you all right? Charles, Erasmus, take him home.
Why must you work so hard at your horrid little mollusks?
Oh.
They're not mollusks.
They're not horrid little mollusks. They're horrid little crustaceans. And I have horrid pigeons and horrid worms, too.
So Darwin was actually one of the first people who discovered that barnacles, who had been a big mystery, like, what are these things? Are they worms? Are they mollusks? What are they? Darwin discovered they're crustaceans, related to shrimps and crabs and lobsters and isopods and things like that.
They're providing the evidence I need for my theory. Oh. I don't have the right to publish the idea unless I have the evidence.
We must do something about you.
Your stomach condition is nervous in origin, brought on as a result of excessive mental exertion. Cold water is used to stimulate the circulation and draw the blood supply away from the inflamed nerves of the stomach. No sugar, no salt, no bacon, no alcohol, no tobacco. In fact, anything at all that's good is forbidden.
Oh, fun.
I don't know how or why, but I feel so much better. I look around me, and I don't care two hoots how any of this came to be created. Children, last one back to the house is a rice pudding. Come on, William, you're last. Come on, run, quick, quick, quick. Come on, Etty.
Come here, my darling. Oh. Oh, Annie, my dear and good child.
Don't get too attached to Annie, chat.
Oh.
Papa, Annie's woken me up. Annie's woken me up. Mum, wake up, Annie's crying.
What's the matter, my darling?
What's wrong?
Does your head hurt?
Ah, there's no fever.
Does it hurt here? Oh, it's all right, my darling. You'll be all right.
The doctor's coming. You go and get dressed. I'll stay with her.
What if she's inherited my wretched digestion?
She'll be fine. Poor dear.
What did he say?
It is her stomach, but he has no idea what's wrong.
Perhaps I should take her to go see Dr. Gully. He cured me.
You'll be back soon, and Papa will look after you. Soon there's going to be a new baby, and I shall need your help. Say goodbye to Etty now.
Just sit up. Now, come on, girl. Just take one big gulp of this. Come on, there's a good girl. That's a good girl. Oh, quickly. Come on, there. Oh. Come on, darling, lie back. That's a good girl. She seems so weak. Isn't there anything you can do?
All you can do is pray.
It's my fault. First cousin marriages always produce weak children.
First cousins? Oh boy.
It's my fault.
I'd given the cause of death as bilious fever with a typhoid character. The Lord gives, and the Lord takes away.
Please, don't.
God grant us strength.
Please, Charles. Please. Come along, children.
What Annie's death did to Darwin's faith was mainly to destroy Christianity. He could no longer see that a good God ordered and superintended all of the events of human life and of the universe. And he believed that she did not deserve punishment by God or by nature either. She had simply fallen victim to the struggle for existence, the amoral, purposeless struggle that ran according to laws of nature.
Darwin certainly didn't think that evolution spoke either for or against the unprovable existence of God or a form of God. He didn't desire to cast disparagement on anyone's religious convictions. He regarded it as a private matter, which he was never able to hold with conventional zeal following the tragedy of his life.
Today, scientists hold all conceivable views on religion, from atheism to agnosticism to a general spirituality. And many, like biologist Ken Miller, adhere to very traditional beliefs.
I'm an Orthodox Catholic, and I'm an Orthodox Darwinist. My idea of God is a supreme being who acts in concert with the principles and the ideas that Darwin explained to us about the origin of species. My students often ask me, you say you believe in God, well, what kind of God? Is it a fashionable New Age God, a pyramid power kind of God? Do you think, like some scientists do, that God is the sum total of the laws of physics? And I shake those off and say that my religious belief is entirely conventional.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed.
Like I said,
it surprises students very often
there
that
doesn't have to
anyone
be
could
conflict
say
there.
that kind of very traditional, conventional religious belief could be compatible with evolution. But it is.
The peace and unity of your kingdom where you live forever and ever. Amen.
I find this absolutely wonderful consistency with what I understand about the universe from science and what I understand about the universe from faith.
Tennessee's from...
So you'll probably remember, if you've been here for a long time in this community, the big, like, intelligent design creationism trial in 2005, Kitzmiller versus Dover. Ken Miller was one of the key witnesses in that. We didn't cover this past year, because it happened to, the anniversary of the Kitzmiller trial start happened to coincide with TwitchCon, so it's a little busy, but yeah.
Big influence.
But Ken Miller is he's one of the key witnesses in this trial. And yeah, there we go.
Most biologists would describe evolution as the...
You're gonna go back a little bit.
I think the textbook that Buckingham had called Laced with Darwinism.
So he wrote the textbook that that the creationists really didn't like, and they tried to replace with like a creationist text. But essentially, like, I'm oversimplifying here a little bit, but yeah,
evolution. Most biologists would describe evolution as the process of change over time that characterizes the natural history of life on this planet.
I will be at TwitchCon this year again, Pimpcat. That's the plan.
What was Darwin's contribution to evolution?
Darwin pointed out that there's a struggle for existence. Whether
There
we
you
like
go,
to admit it or not.
Lilith. Yeah.
He realized that those organisms that had the characteristics that suited them best in that struggle, those were the ones that would hand those characteristics down to the next generation. And that therefore the average characteristics of a population could change
that'd be good,
in one
Pipcat,
direction or another, and they could change quite dramatically. And that's the essential idea of natural selection.
Starting with Ken Miller, the plaintiffs walked Judge Jones through the conflict at the heart of this case. Miller testified how Darwin's theory pictures the history of life as a tree, with species gradually evolving into others over millions of years.
So yeah, let me try and find the part where Ken Miller talks about... Yeah, he often appears in documentaries like this, honestly. Yeah.
The world with intention and with design. It upsets me deeply that now in our educational system we are indoctrinating our young people to think differently about humanity.
I mean, you can't favor any one particular religious belief in a public school. It goes against the Constitution. And I think people like this, you know, who want children to be taught a particular religion in public schools, you know, that's like distinctly against what America's supposed to be all about. You know, a land of equality. They don't want that, you know? They want their particular religious doctrines to be taught in school to everybody, and that's not the way that things are supposed to work. It's just not.
I've never made a secret of the fact that I'm a Roman Catholic, and a long tradition of scholarship in the Catholic Church has argued that truth is one, that science and religion should ultimately be in harmony. But that doesn't make faith a scientific proposition.
So yeah, I think Ken Miller provides a really good example of how a person of, you know, earnest personal faith can also be an excellent scientist. There's got to be a certain degree of separation between those two things, you know? You can't let your science be dictated by anything but the evidence. And at the same time, if you want to have strong faith, you can't let it be in contradiction to the real world, you know? You're setting yourself up for failure if you set your faith up to the point where it's in direct opposition to observable reality.
As many religious people do, that faith and reason are both gifts from God. And if God is real, then faith and reason should complement each other rather than being in conflict.
So, I don't know, I think Ken Miller has received a lot of recognition for his advocacy for science, especially like within religious circles, you know? And by and large, people of, you know, like Roman Catholic faith in particular, they tend not to have a lot of problems with evolution because the official teachings of the church, you know, are cool with evolution. Since John Paul II, I don't think there's been a whole lot of acrimony between at least evolutionary biology and Catholicism. Maybe other branches of science. I don't know. I'm not Catholic. But, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's get back to this.
morning radio talk show. The Halloran Hilton Hill Morning Show on News Talk 99, WNOX, AM/FM,
Evolved.
Loudon, Knoxville.
Kindred Soul. I think there's a long history there.
Well past the hour of 6 o'clock, it's my pleasure to welcome to the broadcast this morning Dr. Kenneth Miller. He's a professor of biology at Brown University. His book is entitled Finding Darwin's God, a scientist's search for common ground between God and evolution. He's in town tonight. But let me ask you this.
Haven't read it, but
As a cellular
if you're interested, check out that book.
When in your experience are you studying something or reading something or doing some research, when do you come to the point where you go, that's God?
As an experimental scientist, I don't find God in the insufficiency of science to explain things. In other words, I don't find God in ignorance. I don't find God because we say, well, we can't explain that. That must be something that God's doing.
But what did God do? Did he just create some kind of primordial soup and say, go?
Well, a long time ago, people were sufficiently unknowing of how things worked in the natural world to see when the sun moved across the sky, they imagined that God had to push that sun across the sky. And gradually, we began to realize that the world works according to physical laws. Science investigated those laws. So what room is there for God in present-day life? Well, I think if you ask people who are believers, how does God act? They would say he acts in a variety of ways. He answers our prayers. He inspires us. No doubt there are events that take place that are part of what some people might call God's plan. And what I would suggest is if you look back in Earth's history, if God is working today in concert with the laws of nature, with physical laws and so forth, he probably worked in concert with them in the past. In a sense, he's the guy who made up the rules of the game, and he manages to act within those rules.
And so if you if you take that tact, if that's the playbook that you're running with right there, and it doesn't ever get in the way of following the evidence where it leads, I don't see any problem with that, And Ken Miller clearly doesn't either.
For Miller and millions of followers of all major religions, notions of God and evolution are fully compatible.
And this is true for the vast majority of religious folks around the world, Like,
when we replace the traditional idea of God, the creator, with the idea of the process of natural selection doing the creating, the creation is as wonderful as it ever was. All that great design work had to be done. It just wasn't done by an individual. It was done by this huge process distributed over billions of years.
God created man in his image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them.
Whereas people used to think of meaning coming from on high and being ordained from the top down. Now we have Darwin saying, no, all of this design can happen, all of this purpose can emerge from the bottom up without any direction at all. And that's a very unsettling thought for many people.
It still is.
In Darwin's day, science and politics and religion were all of a piece when you talked about the origins of life and of species. Astronomy could go along pretty well because it testified to the wisdom and power of God in holding the planets in place. But the idea of evolution or transmutation, people said with a snarl, put in jeopardy the whole established social order.
And you heard he said the word transmutation there. That's actually really important. Today we talk about evolution. The word evolution doesn't show up once in Darwin's book, The Origin of Species. The word evolved shows up once at the very, very end. I think it's the last word in the book. But back then, evolution almost meant something kind of different. It's interesting how, the meaning of words change over time. Today, we call this evolution. Transmutation or descent with modification are words that Darwin used in his book. It's funny, evolution almost kind of meant progressive creation at the time. It almost kind of means the opposite of what it means today. Not the opposite, but it had a very different connotation. But yeah, Yeah. Anywho, yeah, go back to that.
Of life and of species. Astronomy could go along pretty well because it testified to the wisdom and power of God in holding the planets in place. But the idea of evolution or transmutation, people said with a snarl, put in jeopardy the whole established social order.
What is in this big book of his, do you think?
Transmutation.
Another Darwin blotting God out of creation.
We want to support your scheme for a museum of natural history.
Some people see it as rash, extravagant, grandiose.
If it's grand, it's because it should house as wide a display as possible.
But we need your help in return. It is up to you, as the country's leading anatomist and paleontologist, to prove man's superiority.
We won't have street ruffians tout man's monkey origin in Her Majesty's museums.
You can rely on me, Bishop Wilberforce.
The human brain differs markedly from that
So yeah, Owen really was kind of a friend to those in power in a lot of ways.
of all other mammals. In man, not only do the cerebral hemispheres overlap the olfactory lobes and the cerebellum, but they extend in advance of the one and farther back than the other. Their posterior development is so marked that I have assigned to that part the character of a third lobe, peculiar to Homo sapiens, the hippocampus minor. Peculiar mental faculties are associated with this highest form of brain, and I am led, therefore, to regard man not merely as representative of a distinct subclass, but as the inhabitant of one reserved for...
In Demon Prince, let's see. Outside the U.S., America is not rarely seen as a fundamentalist Christian... I mean, yeah, I understand that, yeah. Certain people in the U.S. do want to propagate that image, though. The people who are in charge of the U.S. government at the moment. Like, the people who are in charge of the U.S. government right now, like this guy, who is second in line to the presidency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. You could say he's the third most, or maybe second most, well, probably third most powerful person in the country right now. I think right now it goes Elon Musk, then Donald Trump is second, and then Mike Johnson would be third. Yeah, he's very much I don't know, he's belongs to a very peculiar sect of Christianity that's absolutely divorced from reality.
I've done a lot of crazy things.
But yeah, very much a fundamentalist, like you were saying.
Never stuck my head into a hornet's nest.
But yeah. And it's a serious problem right now.
For him alone.
Anyway, so here in this scene, Owen he's got a human brain right there, and he's talking about how the human brain is completely unique among, all animals. It has this unique structure that shows that humans are not related to any other creature. We must have been specially divinely created, and I don't know, he was comparing this to like chimpanzees and gorillas, and he's like, oh, look how different it is. He must have known deep down in his heart of hearts that, like, oh, shoot, this is incredibly similar to the brain of a chimpanzee. So he essentially has to, like, lie about this. This is what he's doing here.
This highest form of brain. And I am led, therefore, to regard man not merely as representative of a distinct subclass, but as the inhabitant of one reserved for him alone. The human brain is in itself proof of man's moral and religious faculties. Such are the powers with which we, and we alone are gifted.
I wonder what a chimpanzee would have to say about that, Mr. Huxley.
I think it's priceless. His theory is a house built on sand, a Corinthian portico on cow dung.
Yes.
Damn all the sanctimonious meddlers who try and stifle troublesome research. The ultimate court of appeal of science is observation and experiment, not authority, wealth, and rank.
Your disagreements with Owen should not be personal.
I can't help it. He's so pompous. The prospect of his slipping on one of his pickled brains is just too good to be true. Bad feeling will only cloud the issue and lead to bad science. Tell that to Owen.
For me, Huxley. Darwin did love coming up with lists like this.
What you think in private. Charles, you've stalled long enough. You've collected enough barnacles to sink a ship of the line. Meanwhile, you're being upstaged.
That's not important. My book is the thing. Once my work is done...
Will it deal with man?
It's too surrounded by prejudices.
Well, whether it does or it doesn't, you must publish.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
God.
Raz.
What is it?
Yep.
Alfred Wallace.
So, hopefully many of you remember this. This was just last month. I think less than 1 month ago. We had a special stream on the anniversary of Alfred Russel Wallace's birth. That was... Evolution is Co-Discovery. Okay, a month ago. But, talking about Wallace. Yeah. That pattern. Alfred Russel Wallace. It's funny, the portrayal of Darwin in this, evolution as a broad concept. The idea of species changing over time was a new idea. It had been proposed many times before, but no one ever actually had a mechanism for it, a way that it would actually work until natural selection. So Wallace independently discovered natural selection at the same time that Darwin did. Kind of the preeminent geologist of his day. Yeah. So he's the one who wrote the book Principles of Geology that Darwin brought along with him in geology too.
It's a wretched invalid nowadays, and London.
So this must be Darwin here.
We'd love to see our old friends, don't we, Emma?
I'll see you at luncheon, Sir Charles.
Now then.
Where's the scene where Darwin's in his greenhouse and he gets the letter?
Oh, slowly, slowly.
Not too slowly. Tell me, have you read an article by A.R. Wallace in the Annals?
Yes. Why?
It's one of the reasons I've come down to see you today. I was deeply impressed by it.
Really? Ooh, from you, that's high praise. Don't tell me.
Yeah, here we go.
The ideas contained in it will be as new to you as they were to me, and will supply the missing factor to explain the origin of species.
Pimcat says, how do we know he didn't rip off Darwin? Because he was on the opposite side of the planet. And he'd met Darwin a couple times before, but they had never talked about this. Darwin had been keeping his ideas secret, basically. He told them to people like Huxley and stuff, but Wallace was, you know, I think in Borneo at the time.
When you have read the paper, I would be much obliged if you would show it to Mr. Lyle. That is, if you consider it sufficiently novel to merit his attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so Wallace essentially laid out his whole idea of natural selection, sent it to Darwin in a letter, being like, hey, what do you think of this? I'm really excited about it. And Darwin's like, oh, shoot. We had the same idea.
Yours very sincerely, Alfred R. Wallace.
Darwin's not going to be happy in this documentary thing.
It's bad news, my dear. I'm afraid he's worse. He was crying all night. The nurse fears it's the smallpox. I've sent for the doctor.
So Darwin had, I think, 3 children who died.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Charles, what is it? Are you ill? What's happened?
I got a letter. Anywho, I don't think it was exactly like this in real life, but anyway.
From Mr. Wallace.
Let's get back to this.
My dear Huxley.
Pimp gets his man. People sure died young back then. I mean, that's the direction we're headed in the U.S. Life expectancy in the U.S. is dropping. For various reasons. But if current trends continue, defunding science and public health initiatives, like, we could be going back to this again. It's not good. It's not good.
It's like a précis of my theory. All my originality, whatever it's worth, has been smashed. Had Wallace a copy of the essay I'd written in '44 in front of him, he couldn't have written a better short abstract.
Lilithobus says, is keeping humans alive longer even essential to us as a species or the future of the planet? I think it's important to reduce suffering as much as we can, whether it's people or our fellow creatures on this planet. I think having long and happy lives, providing for people, I think that's a positive thing, you know? And I'll defend that idea. Let's go back a little bit.
Who is Alfred Wallace?
My dear Huxley.
It's like a précis of my theory. All my originality, whatever it's worth, has been smashed. Had Wallace a copy of the essay I'd written in '44 in front of him, he couldn't have written a better short abstract. Variations being pushed further and further from parent species by a struggle for existence, overpopulation. It's all there.
So this is, I think this is a really, really fascinating moment too, because I don't know, you hear people who are scared of the idea of species changing over time. They're scared of the implications, who go, oh, well, you know, that's just Darwin's idea. That's Darwinism, Darwin this, Darwin that. Like, if it hadn't been for this Darwin guy, we wouldn't have had to deal with this issue. It's like, no, this is a real phenomenon in nature, and other people were independently discovering it at the same time. If it hadn't been for Darwin, somebody else, like Alfred Russel Wallace, would have made these discoveries. Maybe it would have taken a few more years. Maybe it would have taken longer for it to catch on among other scientists, because Darwin is kind of the perfect avatar for this. Darwin's a member of the landed gentry. He's an aristocrat. He's well respected in society, and so people listen to him. You know, if a young gun like Wallace had been the primary proponent of this idea, it wouldn't have caught on as quickly. But eventually somebody else, even if Wallace had died of that fever in the jungle, you know, somebody else would have eventually discovered natural selection and evolution, because it's a real phenomenon, because that's the way that nature works, you know? Yeah.
Ready for publication? Publish? How can I publish?
Exactly, visibly upset. Yes,
I'd
yes.
sooner burn the blasted
What were you saying earlier about ravens?
Anyone else think that I behaved in a paltry spirit?
Then publish a joint paper. Excerpts from your work along with Wallace's essay. And then you must prepare a manuscript for publication.
visibly upset. I agree.
For the best.
So again, that's kind of that's probably why you said that. A lot of animals are far cleverer than we realize, and the distance between ourselves and them, it's not a difference in kind, it's a difference of degree in a lot of ways. And this idea of species changing over time and the interrelatedness of all living things, common ancestry, kind of shows that, we all come from the same place, and there are many aspects of ourselves that we can see in animals and vice versa, Everything that makes us human, there's little bits of that you can see in other animals too, which is pretty cool to have that kind of kinship, A lot of people are really threatened by that idea, and I find that mystifying. I think it's super cool. It's something worth celebrating.
At last, we'll finally get to learn your views in full.
So,
You're not going to believe this.
What is it, George from New York?
But I'm turning into...
Turning into what?
A dinosaur.
Thank you for the 25 months, George from New York. I really appreciate your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Yeah. So anyway, back to our story here. Darwin and Huxley are talking. Huxley's like this young ally of Darwin. Darwin's bulldog, as people called him. Think Darwin's pit bull. That's probably the modern equivalent. Like, this, barking, snarling ally that you have who's willing to fight for you. That's Huxley. So they're talking about this letter that Darwin got from Wallace, and Huxley's like, well, shoot, he's going to scoop you unless you publish this. This idea that you've been sitting on for decades at this point, get it out there. Stop being so scared. That's what he does.
May all be for the best. At
In
last,
all
we'll
the world,
finally get to
there
learn
are
your...
fewer than 40 full-time
George from New York,
dinosaurs
thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Like, we're getting a little bit closer to our sub goal. We've got 1 day left tomorrow to try and get to our goal. We'll see if we get there.
George from me just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, George. I appreciate your support. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Yeah. Let's, Racodactylus raiding me? I was gonna raid you later. Thank you, Reiko, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I hope you had an excellent stream. I am streaming later than I thought I was going to be.
Racodactylus is calling in with 28 raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
Hello, Reiko. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Darwin Day to you. We've gotten to this part in the story where Huxley is saying, Darwin, you gotta publish your work. Finally put this idea about descent with modification out into the world. And Darwin is trying to screw his courage to the sticking place. Trying to summon up all the bravery that he has to actually finally publish this thing. So yeah, nice stream, little speed running, and then a few hours discussion of research ethics. Very cool, Racodactylus. Very nice. Yeah, and who's Darwin? Old Chucky D, George from New York. Yeah. This guy right here, if you're asking which one is Darwin here.
Your views in full.
Yeah. And it doesn't go well. I paused at the wrong time. It's a nightmare. He's having a nightmare.
This book will be the death of me.
And in his nightmare, look who's leading him to the gallows. It's Richard Owen and Robert Fitzroy. Oh boy.
This book will be the death of me. What a miserable wretch I'd be without you near me.
Finder Keeper says, I've had dreams like that involving my PhD committee. I believe it. Oh boy.
When on board HMS Beagle...
And Tone Rebellion says a few centuries earlier that may have happened. Say a few decades earlier, more like. There were people who had been at least thrown in prison just in the decades leading up to the publication of Origin. And like, I think it was in the 1830s. Again, highly recommend this book here if you want to learn about kind of this period in the history of science and, yeah, impossible monsters. Dinosaurs, Darwin, and the Battle Between Science and Religion. It's kind of a sensationalist subtitle there, but excellent book, superb scholarship, really well written. Can't recommend it highly enough.
As naturalist,
yeah.
I was much struck with certain facts in the distribution of the organic beings inhabiting South America, and in the geological relations of the present to the past inhabitants of that continent.
Yeah, the Kilotine Finder Keeper, yep.
These
Darwin's
facts
fossils
seem to throw some light on the origin of species. That mystery.
So Darwin had gone bald long before this too. He went bald very early in life. So, yeah. I guess that's the problem with getting a good actor to play your character is, well, I don't know. They might be unwilling to like shave part of their head in order to really sell the performance. Too much self-respect.
Of mysteries.
Reiko says, as another early Baldy, I too wish to be played by someone with a full head of hair one day. Inshallah, Reicodactylus, it will be done. I look forward to that day.
The Times is very positive.
I should think so. It's Huxley. The Athenaeum wants me tried. In a divinity hall, a college, the lecture room and museum. My book is no more unorthodox than the subject demands. I don't discuss the origins of man. I don't discuss Genesis.
Charles, don't be so naive. It's clear you think man is no exception. Whether you're right or wrong, you must finish what you started.
Darwin! Darwin!
Ah, Owen! How dare you? How dare you paint me as reactionary? I didn't paint you as reactionary.
Put my name with the defenders of immutability. Is my concept of the ordained continuous becoming of living things to be ignored?
But what does it mean? I don't know what it means. It means animals appearing out of thin air.
Not at all. Oh, you believe that selection is the only possible creative law. Pure chance, the roll of the dice. In fact, new species are created by natural birth according to God's law.
Well, I don't believe...
I know this put you up to this. Huxley!
Please, Richard.
Well, I will have absolutely no truck with the Huxleys of this world, and nor should you. It is an abuse of science. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your book is a snub to the clergy and an insult to humanity. It's nihilism. Only a man devoid of a soul could find solace in a bestial ancestry.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure, says, I refuse to shave my mustache even though it sucks. I appreciate you. Oh, no. Thanks for making me laugh. It's good to have you back.
Well,
it's as respectable to be modified monkey as modified dirt. Huxley, please. No, I think it's splendid. Old ladies of both sexes say it's a dangerous book. Splendid. Don't worry. I'll deal with him. I'm sharpening my beak and claws in readiness.
Any contribution to our natural history from the pen of Mr. Charles Darwin is certain to command attention. His latest publication, The Origin of Species, is manifestly regarded by him as the opus upon which his future fame is to rest. Mr. Darwin claims that every living thing, every fish, plant, fungus, fly, elephant,
gerbil, mushroom, bacterium, kookaburra. How long is he going to go on with this list?
man, turnip,
Wombat, duck, Haplocanthosaurus.
are all equally the lineal descendants of the same common ancestor. Such a notion is absolutely incompatible.
Scorch Hellfire, I know what you mean, yeah. What was that? I gotta pull that up.
We have the holy hand grenade.
Man, turnip, are all equally the lineal descendants of the same common ancestor. Such a notion is absolutely incompatible with the Word of God. Man was made in the image of God and redeemed by the eternal Son. Natural selection is an ingenious theory for denying the working and therefore the existence of the Creator. In fact, the human brain differs markedly from that of all other mammals.
So this is Wilberforce, right?
Unfortunately, my Lord Bishop, you have been misinformed. If we are unprejudiced judges, we have to admit that there is as little interval as animals between the gorilla and the man as there is between the gorilla and the baboon. It is...
He's totally right about that, actually. Like, gorillas are more closely related to people, excuse me, than they are to baboons. Huxley was right about that. Gorillas right here. So 8 million years ago, we share a common ancestor with gorillas. So there's 8 million years separating, here we go, humans from gorillas. Back then, they thought that gorillas were the closest living relatives of humans. They didn't realize that chimps were, like we now know. But in order to get to baboons, you gotta go... way over here, genus Papio. So the common ancestor between a baboon, and a gorilla. There we go. That would be 25 million years ago, compared to only 8 between humans and gorillas. So yeah, he's right.
We have to admit that there is as little interval as animals between the gorilla and the man as there is between the gorilla and the baboon. It is...
In George, New York, we were talking about this earlier, yeah, I agree with you.
Not some spiritual gift that makes man a reasonable being. That is the source of our unlimited intellectual progress, but that does not disguise the fact that to the very root and foundation of his nature, man is one with the rest of the organic world. No one who has ever dissected the brain of an ape agrees with Professor Owen. His findings are wrong. I can only assume that Professor Owen's brain must have shrunk in the pickling jar. I meant
Ooh, sick burn there. Like, I don't know. You have to appreciate stuff like that a little bit, but it's also just kind of annoying that, like, that's more theater than it is, like, actual, you know what I mean. Like, all debate.
Chimpanzees' brains he had examined. Oh, Lord. It was then that God delivered Wilberforce into my hands.
I wonder, Mr. Huxley, is it through your grandfather or your grandmother that you claim descent from an ape?
I stood up, very quiet, very grave, and said my say with perfect good temper.
If the question is put to me, would I rather have a miserable ape for a grandfather, or a man, highly intelligent, possessed of great means of influence, and yet who employed these faculties and that influence for the mere
in an
purpose of
unsuspecting world. Living creatures.
GG Georgie. Well.
What lives will
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Hello. Gorilla Mitts and GG Georgie. What's shaking?
The 50 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Happy Darwin Day.
One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me?
Daniel 1984, thank you for the follow.
In your dinosaur movie.
And AJ Coachstein, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Happy Darwin Day. We're celebrating the 216th birthday of old Chucky D, born on this day in 1809. Charles Darwin was actually born the same day, same year as Abraham Lincoln. And they're both kind of great liberators in a way. Yeah. Anyway, if you're new here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. And thank you, Murph,
Gifted a tier 1 sub to
for gifting GG Georgie. Appreciate the raid, GG Georgie. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome. It's good to have you here. We're talking all about old Charlie Darwin today, and we're almost done with this lovely documentary with some historical reenactments and stuff of Darwin grappling with this idea of natural selection, and he's really scared to publish it, and he's just published it, and now there's public debates in the forums about it. We're almost at the end of this, and honestly almost at the end of the stream, but anyway, I'm grateful for the raid. Thank you for bringing everybody here. Good stuff. Yeah. And it was great. Watch some Supermarket Sweep, which is very much Darwinian. Oh boy. Is that the one where it's like a game show where they've got to run through a grocery store and collect a bunch of items. I'm vaguely aware of this, but I'm glad it was fun. Yeah, it's good to have you here, and thank you again for the raid. Good stuff. We're gonna get back to this here, but let me know if anybody's got any questions about natural history, extinction and evolution, dinosaurs in particular. But I'm trying to move through this at a good clip. I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Valendinos. We're gonna be talking all about dinosaur courtship behavior, how we can determine what dinosaur courtship behavior was through the fossil record. You'd be kind of surprised. There's some really interesting fossil evidence around that. And then what we know about dinosaur reproduction and stuff too. That's our theme for tomorrow. And I've got a bunch of stuff I got to get ready for that. So we really got to get through this. But anyway, it's going to be cool. Let's get back to here.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
Remwin, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
I stood up, very quiet, very grave, and said my say with perfect good temper.
If the question is put to me, would I rather have a miserable ape for a grandfather, or a man, highly intelligent, possessed of great means of influence, and yet who employed these faculties and that influence for the mere purpose of introducing ridicule into a grave scientific discussion? I unhesitatingly affirm my preference for the ape.
You didn't. I said that, or something very like that.
How dare you attack a live bishop in public? Have you no respect for the purple waistcoat?
Lady Brewster fainted, had to be carried from the room. And then Admiral Fitzroy got to his feet.
Fitzroy?
Believe in this! Believe in God, not man!
Oh my.
So Admiral Fitzroy was previously Captain Fitzroy. This was the guy who he captained the HMS Beagle, and the whole reason that Darwin went on this voyage around the world, 5-year trip around our planet Earth on a boat, was because Captain Fitzroy invited him. Yeah.
Fitzroy.
Believe in this! Believe in God, not man!
Oh my.
Here you go, Otter.
We'll probably never know the truth.
Well, the truth, Charles, is in your book. It's the most interesting thing I've ever read. The reasoning is so entirely satisfactory to me that if the facts don't fit, then, well, so much the worse for the facts. The sheikhs. Time I was naturally selected.
For more than a century, people have often thought that the conclusion to draw from Darwin's vision is that Homo sapiens, our species, that we're just animals too, we're just mammals. That
the world's first armored tank.
Hey, Chanis, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Completely covered
it's
with
good to have you
thin,
here.
bony plates.
Thanks for joining us.
there is nothing morally thought that the conclusion to draw from Darwin's vision is that Homo sapiens, our species, that we're just animals too, we're just mammals, that there is nothing morally special about us. I myself don't think this follows at all from Darwin's vision, but it is certainly the received view in many quarters.
Ever since The Origin of Species was published, strict believers in biblical creation have attacked Darwin's vision.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure.
Their concerns aren't only about the science of evolution. At stake, many believe, is nothing less than the human soul.
there were people who said the same thing about the Earth revolving around the sun rather than the other way around, you know? At a certain point, you gotta accept reality, you know?
Just that animals and plants and us, humans, came into being in a natural law-like way, in the way the planets move, was to put in jeopardy the human soul. And the human soul is the crux of the matter. Because if we are not different from animals, if we don't live forever in heaven or in hell, then why should we behave other than like animals in this life?
In the 19th century, in Darwin's time, it was audacious to claim that humans and chimps were closely related. There wasn't that much scientific evidence. But since that time, the evidence has become strong. First, we saw the fossil record appear. Evidence of human ancestors that had ape-like features established the plausibility of the idea that humans and chimps had common ancestors.
It all started to come together.
And then in the last 20 years, we've seen the emergence of a whole new type of data that's established the close relationship between chimps and humans. And
P.H. Hannes? Oh, yeah. Well, I've been to a similar museum in Glendive, Montana that also had a diorama with non-bird dinosaurs, things like sauropods and tyrannosaurs marching up a ramp onto Noah's Ark. It's wild stuff. You're right. Yeah.
that comes from the
Good to
analysis
have you here.
of DNA. This is DNA.
And Iacane.
Utah raptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Danny naturally selected this video for Darwin's birthday.
I did, Iacane. Thank you for the 33 months of support. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, Iacane. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 33 months. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
DNA.
Yeah.
We've got DNA, chimps have got DNA, bacteria have got DNA, petunias have got DNA, crabs have got DNA. Every living animal, plant, fish, frog has got DNA. And if we compare the DNAs of any two species, we can establish how closely related they are one to another.
In the early days of DNA research, a double strand of DNA was extracted from each species to be compared.
Oh boy.
When heated, the strands split apart. When the single strands from each creature were put together and allowed to cool, the two always combined to form the familiar double helix. The degree to which the strands mated successfully was a measure of their similarity. It turned out that human DNA and chimp DNA combined almost perfectly. Today, this similarity can be seen even more precisely. DNA sequences can now be read, letter by letter.
Here we're looking at the DNA sequences of one particular gene as found in human and chimp. And what's immediately evident is that humans and chimps have DNAs that are 98% identical. They're basically the same. They're just a couple of spelling changes.
Yep.
Why are there only a couple of spelling changes? Because we and chimps had a common ancestor only a few million years ago. And these few spelling differences have accumulated during the propagation of this DNA during those few million years. If more
And actually, let's look at that. How long ago was that? Let's get rid of this right here. Old world monkeys and apes. Great apes. There we go. So, African apes, that includes us, humans, and bonobos, and chimps. That's 6 million years ago. We shared a common ancestor. There you go.
time had passed since we had our last common ancestor, more spelling changes would have accumulated.
If the same gene from a rat is compared, many more spelling differences are seen.
That's because our common ancestor with the rat lived about 80 or 100 million years ago, and there's been much more time for spelling differences to accumulate.
Yep. And Adult Viper makes a really good point here. They wanted to say the proper method to tell if a certain organism is alien or not, as if its DNA similarity is 0%. Yeah. Yeah. Creatures on Earth that evolved from a common ancestor, they've got at least some percentage of DNA that's going to be the same. The amount of DNA between that's the same between a human and a banana it's going to be something like, I don't know, it'll be at least in the double digits, but not the triple digits. Yeah, I don't know. We could ask somebody like Balint, who's actually a geneticist, like a molecular biologist. We can ask him, and he'd be able to give us a better number and be able to like walk us through the process of like how you come to that number in the first place. But yeah.
Chimpanzees and humans are made from blueprints that are 98% the same. But what about the ways humans and chimps think and act in the world?
I'm going to scoot forward a little bit more and... Yeah, because I do want to wrap this up.
With our primate relatives are extraordinary. We share so much of our DNA, we share so much of our morphology, we even share our blood types. But for all of those similarities, there are striking differences. I think the reason for this is really very simple, and that is the line of evolution that led to us led, for reasons which we're only beginning to understand, to an explosive development of mental capacity.
Yeah. We can be pretty clever.
Is that natural selection favored the evolution of organisms that could communicate, that could manipulate symbols, and could construct language.
Yeah, we as human beings are capable of incredible genius, intelligence, understanding, wisdom, and also incredible stupidity. The kind of stupidity that's, I think, only possible because of our incredible brains. You know? It's two sides to that coin. We contain multitudes. Yes, indeed, Racodactylus. Yeah, absolutely.
Darwin's great idea is a grand
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Waffle, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here.
Marvelous explanation that shows us that we are united with every other form of life on this planet. And I find that an exciting and maybe even an ennobling way to look at things.
Darwin died in April 1882 at the age of 73. The family thought he would be buried in the parish churchyard. Darwin had said months before he died that he would have to look forward to it as the sweetest place on earth.
But nope. They took his carcass and put it another place. A place of honor, actually.
It was not to be. In London, Darwin's friends determined to make his death and burial a state occasion.
He's buried at Westminster
Abbey.
Abbey.
They went to the Royal Society and they got signatures. They went to the House of Commons and got up a petition. They telegraphed the Dean of Westminster, who was abroad, and got his approval. A special anthem was even written for the occasion.
Yeah.
And on the 26th of April, a week after the death, Darwin's body was borne mightily in procession down the aisle of Westminster Abbey to be interred in the shadow of the grave of Sir Isaac Newton.
Really interesting in that Darwin was afraid that he would be maybe imprisoned or ostracized or exiled or even executed for his scientific ideas. But he lived long enough and had the right kind of social network, that his ideas, well, because they were factually correct, it was a big part of it. His ideas were accepted, and by the time he died, he was kind of seen as an emblem of the heights of English science. He was kind of a national treasure by the time he died. There were a lot of people who hated him right up until his death, but when he died, he was kind of welcomed into the pantheon of great British scientists. He became a symbol of British excellence, in a way. That's why he was buried at Westminster Abbey.
Darwin's interment celebrated the vast social transformation that England was undergoing. There were new colonies, new industries, and new men to run them. Darwin's body was enshrined to the greater glory of these new professionals, for he had naturalized creation and delivered human nature and human destiny into their hands. Society would never be the same. Darwin's vision of nature was, I believe, fundamentally a religious vision, one with which he ended his most famous work on the origin of species. There is grandeur in this view of life, with its several powers having been originally breathed into a few forms or into one, and that whilst this planet has gone
cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity. From so simple a beginning, endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved.
There you go. Good stuff. This was Darwin's Dangerous Idea, a PBS documentary from around 2009, I think. Good stuff. I'll give you a link to it right here. This is actually part 1 of 7. We do not have time to watch 6 more of these tonight. In fact, I don't have more time in this stream. We're going to wrap things up here. Happy Darwin Day, everybody. I hope that helped explain in some small way why this guy was important. Why, while his idea of natural selection, his discovery of that was inevitable in a way. Heather Inda, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Well, there's an inevitability about the discovery of evolution because it's a real natural process. And we observe it in everything. It's the foundation of biology. We are kind of lucky that he was the guy to sort of figure it out first. He's the right guy at the right time. And I think that's why he's remembered to this very day. So I hope that makes sense. Anywho, it's Valentino's Day tomorrow, which I'm excited about. I gotta go get ready for that. Everybody, thank you for being here today. Thank you to everybody who's about to be named in our credits. New followers, new chatters, lurkers and question askers, enthusers and joke typers, and everybody. Appreciate you. Thank you to everybody who supports the channel financially, subscribers and cheerers and gifters. Thank you to the moderators who keep this train on its tracks during these streams. Your services are going to be even more important tomorrow, I suppose. Talking about reproduction in dinosaurs for Valentinos. So yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun though, and I hope to see you then. Thank you everybody. I really appreciate you. Let's see who's live right now. And, whom can we raid into? let's see. Cyan Streams is on. I know we rated Bullet yesterday. We're going to do it again. Good stuff. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you being here. I know the internet is a big place. You could be just about anywhere. But you've been spending this time with me, and that's something special. I don't take that for granted. I am deeply grateful. Thank you for your support and your viewership and your enthusiasm and your camaraderie. It means a lot to me. It really does. Happy Darwin Day. Happy early Valentinos. I hope to see you tomorrow for that. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go see what's up with Balint over at Cyan Streams. See you later. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.